Yes, I hit the right button
Hello.
and it works. Hello.
Wow. Good job.
Works.
Good job
Oh,
on button.
I needed to mute the stream in the background. There we go. I knew there was something I'd
Amazing.
forgotten. Hi.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
Welcome
everybody.
to, say it with me, Sam,
Worst person
podcast
perspective.
vibes. Yes. Or worst podcast.
Yeah. Dave is much
As
louder than me over
combination.
here. Great. Thank.
Good.
That's. Hang on. Okay, I'm just going to turn my. Why? Why is it? Maybe I
Okay.
just turned Dave down on Discord. Maybe that. Maybe that works.
Sure. Yes, the worst podcast where we discuss and review sausages.
What? Why? Where? Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Sorry, that took me a second.
Misadventure, thank you for the 13 months.
Right. I've turned Dave down a little bit more. How are we doing?
Excellent point.
Dave is loud.
Hello.
How loud is he now? Are we? To me, looking on
How
the bars,
loud am I now?
this looks much more level. Well, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
I'll put myself up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Sure. Great.
Okay.
Good. Sounds pretty
Lovely.
good. Better. Okay. Well, we can. It's a work in
You
progress.
sounded a little bit peaky to me.
Me, I've turned my gain up considerably because apparently you were loud, but I don't have a compressor in this setup at any point, so
Yeah.
that's something.
Maybe just down a little bit and
Yeah.
then like nudge me down a bit more.
Yeah, I will do that. Let's turn me down. Let's turn you at 86. Let's take you down to 81. How's that? Is that any
That's good. Yeah.
good? Okay. It's weird.
Fabulous.
Great. Well, so today's topic is how to set up your sound for a podcast stream.
Yes, we're gonna be discussing all the best ways to podcast and stream because we are the experts.
Yeah, absolutely. Been doing this for what? 4 years ish. Well, not podcasts, but streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I've got a couple of subs to thank. Squirrel, thank you very much for the 54 months. And Lady Mephistopheles, thank you very much for the 35 in total months. Thank you, both of you. Lovely to see
Nice.
you.
Good.
Hope you're well.
Great.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, hi everybody. Yeah, this is the podcast stream
Yeah.
where we sit around, discuss anything and everything that comes to mind, and play games that
Yeah.
occupy our hands
Yeah.
while our thoughts occupy our mind.
That's. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's sure.
That's what we're going for.
I feel like there's some kind of unified sort of devil makes work for idle hands sort of theme that we could perhaps
Yeah.
workshop for this. I don't know.
Devil makes games for idle
Idle minds. Playing the devil's games. I don't know that. Are these games of the devil? Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what have you got lined up this week? Sam?
Well, I can click on the right icon of the many that I have. This is called Space Plan. I've played this a few times. It is very much just an idle clicker thing, but sort of its point is that it's just very nicely presented.
Nice.
It's not a particularly lengthy or time-consuming one. It doesn't not exactly a connoisseur, but sort of I guess a journeyman of these kinds of games. I've played a few.
Yeah.
I've lost more than a few hundred hours to these sorts of things. There's a lot of I don't know where the term to prestige became a thing in games. I remember it being back in, was it the old some sort of Call of Duty multiplayer? It's when you reach the top rank, you can then prestige, which means you reset everything and you go around again, but you've got a little number by you that says I've done this once already. And the more times you do that, the bigger the number gets. And you say to people, "Oh, look how good I am at the video game," because I'm essentially you're lapping people by I've gone round again, and that feels like a fairly significant aspect of a lot of idlers and clickers, where you're making the number go up, and you're getting very excited that the number's starting to go up, and then you hit sort of an end game state, and it goes, oh, you can keep on going if you like, or you can prestige or reset, or you set everything you've done, or the hours that you spent, back to zero, but with like I don't know, some kind of 1.1 times speed multiplier, so everything just goes a little bit faster, or you can pick an upgrade that will make something go a little bit faster or whatever, and you go, oh, okay, I'll do that, and that's how you kind of that's how you keep people on the treadmill, but you keep sort of coming back and getting a little bit further, a little bit faster. You sort of you make bits of progress, and until eventually
like New Game Plus, but New Game Factorial. What's the thing where you do like 1 times 2 times 1 plus 2 plus 3? Is that a factorial?
I guess. I suppose it's sort of like an exponential New Game Plus, but it's a New Game multiplier. Yeah, factorial sounds about right. So
maths. I did maths.
I did it for GCSE.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm 20 years out from that.
Have they changed maths since then? Who knows?
Probably. Funnily enough, I don't know if you saw on Literacy Discord, we were having a conversation about this is just because Llama mentioned studying, was it Sartre in school, and that set me to thinking, like, well, what did I read in school? And there's the kind of the standard GCSE school material of like some Bronte or some Shakespeare, those kinds of things.
Well, yeah, wouldn't Sartre be more like philosophy?
Yeah, but this is France, so they
literature.
So they do philosophy in school. But the outcome of this was then me starting to recall, like, wait, what was some of the stuff that I read before GCSE? And that took me down a very weird path of the education that I had before GCSEs, which, I don't know, maybe this could be today's topic if you wanted it, which is essentially what I was taught was 1970s American Christian fundamentalist education for the majority of my childhood, as normal, because I was a kid in school and I didn't realize that this wasn't exactly normal. And it's only like now as an adult looking back and actually looking up samples of the textbooks that we did and looking through them being like, oh, good grief, some of that's messed up, like teaching the Loch Ness Monster as fact, and frankly a lot of a lot of pretty messed up attitudes towards all sorts of social things. God votes Republican, did you know? Sure. That's a lot of I think like not, well, like overt racial segregation, but just like, oh yeah, no, these people go to this school and everyone else who's not like that goes to this school, and not, it was, there was a lot of, and frankly I feel like my saving grace was I was just kind of too bored and uninterested to actually take any of this in, so it all just glanced off, and I just fair. Yeah, so that's how we got onto that. Raven,
I'm playing Chip.
Yeah, Dave, what are you playing?
Simulator 2.
Well, why not kick?
Question that we somehow got into philosophy and
why not kick in with the heavy subjects and then go back to the introduction? Sorry,
no, Chip Graveyard Sim that I've played before on stream.
Yeah, nice,
nice old shipwrecks, and you pull them apart for scrap.
Yeah. Sounds great.
I started a massive submarine on stream.
Okay.
And then it took like another 8 hours off stream to finish.
Right, yeah.
So...
Fair.
But yeah, I've been up upgrading all my tools and things. I've got got all my knickknacks in here. The fish.
Nice.
Tuna colada. Delicious
Let's
drink.
see if I can find the right button for. There you go. There's Dave.
Robot. Helga.
Right.
That's Helga. This guy. Submarine. So yeah, I'm gonna take apart some ships.
Mm-hmm. Sounds
It's
good.
good fun.
I think my stream comes with the same sort of caveat as last time, where my laptop is kind of struggling badly to keep up with everything. I need to do a few more bits to try and like diagnose out the problem, but sort of everything that's looked like, ooh, is this evidence of a thing, then turns up to be no. So that's sort of where that's at the moment. It's fun. I have the best minds I know of working on it, and we're all stumped. So
Good. I mean,
yeah.
which mines are you using?
Myself, Zen.
Yep. Sure.
Whose real name I won't use, but he knows his stuff, and the Sean Morley Discord, who also, frankly, have been an incredibly bright and
Nice.
helpful group of people. It's because someone else there was having PC trouble with their CPU underperforming, and I was like, aha, what diagnostic tools are you using? And they just pounced on it, like, right, you, tell us your information, we will help you. Like, oh, okay, thank you. I feel like I'm co-opting someone else's thread here, but sure, great, thanks.
Nice.
And
yeah,
it's been an ongoing problem, and I'm not sure yet what the solution is to it. If I hit this, that does put us back there. Good, great. So yeah, it's a space plan. It's very nicely presented. You click things, and little blocks happen. There is some text in the top right corner that's probably way too small on screen for people to read. If I do that, you can see there is
world outputter.
Word outputter.
That one. Oh, word.
Yeah. So this is
Sorry,
your
I'm
main.
really close to the camera, chat.
That's fair. Like I say, it's very. I've not actually got it full screen.
Thing maker.
I'm just gonna like minimize some other bits to try to offload. But this is your button that you click to make things happen. And your idea list over here, which is like your objectives.
Just clicking, or more complicated.
There's none of the point at which I start to struggle with these games of like re-optimization, and there's another one that I would like to play, but I feel like my laptop might scream at me if I tried for this, which is called 64, which is because I start to get into like factory kinds of games where you're not just like clicking on a thing, but you're making different materials, and those materials are used to like build different machines and then fuel them and stuff. And so this other one, 64, has all of that, where you're mining stuff out of the ground, and so you build a thing that digs and it takes this material, use that material to build other machines, and the more it digs, the further it goes and pulls up more materials and stuff of different kinds, and then you start using those to construct new things to fuel it, to speed it up, to do different stuff, like things that speed up the process, but they take fuel, and that fuel is what you're digging up. But you start to get into sort of it becomes like a factory game where you have to then start optimizing the layout, because like this thing here will boost the speed output of everything that's in in an adjacent square to it. So then, well, if I put that there, and then I surround it by the things that are digging up the materials, I can then get a whole bunch going. But then I need ways to fuel those, or to store the materials, or what. There's all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
This is extremely light on that. You just you click. You buy upgrades. You get some sort of satisfying sound design, and there's a little bit of a story with it. So it's really more the goal is just to. It's kind of like a fairly sort of minimal clicker in that sense, that it's just like quite nicely presented aesthetically, rather than going big on the on optimization and replayability and stuff. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, the core premise is you click this thing. This is your, I think it calls it a kinetogen. So you're clicking it to generate energy, which is then what your little computer is using to make stuff. So you're making solar panels to automatically generate energy. While you've got a little computer that's working away, telling you what to do, giving you your objectives. Oh, Perona coming in with a topic suggestion. Oh, maybe we do that. We could make that like a channel points or like a bit thing for like suggest a topic that you want to hear.
Yeah.
Our opinions on.
Yeah. I haven't turned on.
Oh, Dave's been doing work. I haven't.
No, I had the thing I had last time. I had my breaking news thing.
Oh yeah.
I just need to turn it on.
Oh, nice.
I was also going to add a noise to it, which I didn't do.
Yeah.
Maybe I can do that now.
I meant to do a bunch of like alert sounds and stuff for the overlay this week. Did not get round to it.
Yeah. Hang on. I go. Let's go find a noise.
All right.
See if we can get breaking news sound effect.
Dun dun. There you go. That's good. It's a bit long. Give me a shorter one. Dun dun.
Not you. I mean YouTube.
Oh, okay, fine. I thought we had the gig chat. I thought we had it.
Maybe I will use that one. I'll just put it low. These are all more like intro things. I just want like
dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, also this game actually has a really good soundtrack. It's a sort of nice kind of lo-fi beat sort of soundtrack, but it is one that you can, if you're me, you'll go, oh, is this available? You can get it on Steam, go find it on Bandcamp. I think it's even on Spotify.
Nice.
I have looked it up and like added it to my interests.
Great. Well, if you want the lovely music and noise, it's probably, I don't think it's really on mine. Turn it up to full.
No.
Oh, you can kind of get it, yeah.
Nice. I probably got it turned down low on mine as well, actually.
Nice.
But then I don't want to put it up too loud for everybody over here.
Well, I can't download this audio. Why are you not?
Oh
yeah, so
oh yeah, sorry.
Go. Okay, it's working. No, it's fine.
Seeing Two Penny Raven over here saying apologies all. I'll probably be hopping back and forth between chats. That's absolutely fine. We're streaming on 2 channels, dude.
Yeah, do that.
You do not need to apologize.
We like it when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Helps the
algorithm,
the number
or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Arian.
Oh,
but yeah,
this video is geo restricted, and therefore I cannot steal the audio from it.
Oh no.
Tell you what, let's get like a Morse code sound effect instead.
Ooh. Oh no, what you want is one of the numbers station sound effects. What's the, I forget that. This was kind of a little bit of an obsession a while ago. I will bring up Perola's suggested topic, which was the song Hi Ren by Ren, which is very good.
Okay.
But yeah, this was kind of a bit of an obsession for me some years ago now, actually, like somewhere in the region of 10 plus years ago, where I read an article on Cracks about where it's like weird unexplained radio broadcasts from around the world, which I realized is a little bit of a fixation for me. I kind of love spooky radio broadcasts. It's why I love the game Oxenfree so much, because that's specifically about essentially the ghostly souls of people trapped in radio broadcasts, and that's like, give me that. That's very good. But yeah, Cracked had an article about. They've probably had a few, to be fair, over the years. Article about spooky, unexplained radio broadcasts, and one of those topics is number stations, which are just you can find on radios stations that largely sit pretty much idle. Maybe just you'll hear nothing, but it'll be silent, or there might be some kind of just like drone or like a sound or something. And then this one that I remember, it has just this piercing klaxon. It's just like, and then someone will read out like a series of Russian numbers, as in numbers in Russian, and then it will go again. And it's like, what? But the station is not like offline. It's up. It's broadcasting, but it's just like broadcasting nothing. And that's fascinating to me, that kind of thing. Just like, it's proper like Cold War spy stuff going on. Has to be. And it's, I don't know, I find it engrossing. It's really cool.
I do remember as a kid, I did find, like, just playing around with the radio, I did find, like, I don't know if it was like that, but it was like beeps or weird noises or something. And like as a kid, I thought, oh, I've intercepted some kind of secret
right.
spy code.
It's that part of the brain fires off for me. It's like, ooh, what have I just found? And I think with that as well, like for me, it's I've always tried to figure out how to describe it, how to encapsulate the feeling, but it's always like I like knowing that there is activity taking place somewhere far away. It's like it's like being able to see a motorway at 4 a.m. and just seeing the headlights of a car going past. It's like my brain goes, that's a person. That is a person in a vehicle doing something, going somewhere at this time. And I take like a comfort.
The world hasn't ended because I can hear noise.
Yeah, well, it's
someone.
It's I think broadly to like today's online generation would point and go liminal, because it's something happening, not out of place, but at in the middle of the night, 4 a.m, everyone's asleep, but apart from that person, or it's like looking up at a tower block and seeing one light on and just being like, there's someone who's awake right now. There's someone who is also conscious and like active in the world right now. And it's that sort of, this is a time when that sort of thing shouldn't be happening, but it is. In the same way that, liminal space is, I am somewhere where people shouldn't ordinarily be in this context or in this capacity. And I get that same sort of thing from like late night radio broadcasts or unexpected. Like it's like, again, it's like driving somewhere, not that I drive, but being in a car that's driving somewhere late in the night and just sticking on a radio station, and not necessarily for music, but maybe it's just like someone having a late night DJ talking to like an artist that you've not heard of before, and they're just talking about their music, and like, oh, okay, I'm gonna find something that I've not heard about before, and it's just that activity of something happening. And I get that from numbers station things of like, here's something that's happening, it's going on in the world that I don't understand, but it is happening now and it's live, and that's that's compelling to me. Have I read about the bloop?
Nice.
Yes, wait.
Bloop.
The unexplained sound they found in the 90s. I think it's just from a glacier or an animal, but no one knows. I think I might have. Lucy she sent me a whole bunch of stuff about it wasn't the bloop that she was on about, but there's like kind of heavenly or hellish, depending on your perspective, trumpet sounds. Of course it would be this from her.
Just like heard out over like
just people in the middle of nowhere, and lots of people seemingly being it. It's not just there's a lot of instances of hoaxes of it, so someone just editing a video and then putting a sound, because you can do that very easily. So there's a lot of like fake stuff, but it seems like there are actually enough instances, putting on the tinfoil hat, enough instances of this actually happening. Skydoots, thank you, hello, welcome. of actually like groups of like disparate, not all together in the same place, but like across a city, hearing some weird, like loud, sort of brassy, bassy, trumpety sort of sound from the heavens. And it's like, how do we explain that? And it seems like the best we've got is might be winds through a canyon somewhere in the vicinity, or you know, like a train. It's not particularly convincing, but yeah, I love stuff like that. That is very, very interesting to me.
Nice. I've got electricity here. I can't find the source.
Have you played Hard Space Shipbreaker?
Yes, when it was on Game Pass. Completed
nice.
it. It was great.
Yeah, big fan. I enjoyed that tremendously.
I considered playing it again, but it's not on Game Pass anymore. And I don't think I want to pay a decent amount of money for a game I have already completed.
That's fair. I did it the other way around. I bought and played a bit of it in early access on Steam, and then when it came to Game Pass, I went, well, now that it's on its full release and sort of feature complete, I'm going to play it on Game Pass, and developers can get paid twice. So because I'd already bought it. But yeah, I completely get I've already played this. I don't particularly want to go and buy it again.
I think this is bugged.
Oh dear.
I've turned the electricity off, but it's still electrified.
Yeah.
That
reminds you of the hum. How people from the same place will hear an unexplained hum at an hour in the day and night. Ben Jordan made a video about that, which I only got halfway through and need to go back and watch. But yes, that's another thing. I think that actually was what put me onto this particular subject and telling Lucy about it. And she was like, "Have you heard of the Sky Doots?" What am I playing, Erin? It is a game called Space Plan. It is a very nicely presented, very simple clicker with some cool aesthetics and music. But yeah, no, the hum. This is again seemingly an actual documentable phenomenon. It makes me sound like, you know, Mulder and Scully are about to rock up at the house and whisk me away to a facility. But it's a thing of people being able to hear just like a low-level background hum. But not like an electrical substation or anything. Just like it's not something that everyone can hear. Whoa, what happened there? Did Discord just do its disconnecto thing?
No, I'm sorry. I'm relaunching the game.
So right, okay.
I have to share it for you again.
No worries.
Sorry if that's messed up your.
It's fine.
Capture.
It's. I mean, this is a barely professional broadcast. We do not. Hi everyone. I'm in two screens at once. Double me. Yeah, exactly. What was I saying though? Yeah, it's like this sort of barely perceptible background hum that people can hear. There we go, let's fix that. And it's weird and cool and fascinating.
There's a load of strange things like that, like things that are maybe mass hallucinations, or it's like maybe after the fact people's memories have been changed by other people's
you hear someone's account of it and go you not like willfully, but you know your memory is a very frankly a very plastic thing. Like it changes very easily. Sometimes you don't notice the sound until it stops. Like you'll tune it out, frankly. Like, I mean, I've had that recently. I've got a big fan on my desk, and I'll put that on when it's been hot. I've had that on, and it's just sitting there like it's whirring away, and you're aware of the sound, but it's only when you turn it off you're more aware of the quiet. It's like, oh, it's gone. But yeah, it's like, well. Kind of on a related note, I don't think it's doxing us too heavily to say that, like, in the area that both Dave and myself live, once a month I think it is, there's
on the 3rd at 3.
There you go, on the 3rd at 3 every month there is, if you don't know that it's happening or that it's coming, it's terrifying. A kind of frightening siren that blares out across the whole area from the docks, and first time I heard it, I was like, straight up, are we going to die? Like, genuinely, this sounds like the thing that you play, that you hear and realize you are too far to get to the shelters. Like, that is like, it sounds terrible. Now that I know what's happening, it's great. I kind of love it.
Yes, it's to do with like either the power station or the industrial area around the docks, where there's like certain chemicals that could, in theory, leak into the surrounding area and be very harmful. So if ever the alarm goes off and it's not 3 o'clock on the 3rd...
Hey, funny story, that actually happened. Wait, why? I clicked watch stream. Why is that not showing the stream properly yet?
Oh, is it? Maybe do it.
No, stream has ended. What?
I've just restarted it. How about now?
Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, you just meant to stay inside. Don't.
Yeah.
Close all the windows.
Well,
don't go outside.
Because that did actually happen one night where it's while my sister Jo was here, and she'd been down at JD's house, and I was like, it's very late that she's walking back, but okay, sure, fine, not heard anything, so I guess she's okay. And this was at like 1 a.m, I think. She was walking back, and I'd stepped out of the house just to, see if everything was okay or cool or what. And this siren started. Like, that's 1 a.m. It wasn't the exact same one. It was slightly different, but like 1 a.m. is not. That's not 3rd at 3. And I never heard any more about what was going on, but that's exactly that. It's like, that's not the usual time for that. That's kind of spooky. Okay. Hope everything's all right. But yeah, I just like, almost as like because I will frequently encounter a thing and go, ooh, that would make for a fun story. Because of like, you can be out just in town and the siren will go and no one around will react, and it's just like, because everyone here knows what's going on. And so I've always wanted to almost have like a story where someone hears that and they look around, like they're new to an area, they hear the siren go off and they're like, yo, what's going on? And everyone's just chill and fine and nonchalant, and it's only at the end of this. Sorry.
Maybe there's places in the world where there is a siren like that goes off for a reason, but no one knows what it is, because when they moved in, no one else reacted to it. Yeah. And then they didn't react to it because no one else did. Yeah. And
we're all just chill. It's like no one's really asked. They're like, oh yeah, no, that just happened. That's fine.
Eventually, there's no one who remembers why it goes on, but everyone knows it's not a problem.
Yeah, we just do that. Well, because for me, my thinking was there's like, oh, everyone's just chill with it. Oh, okay, I guess. Yeah, well, I can hear where it comes from. It's coming down over there, so I guess that's just, and you make that assumption, you form the thoughts, and you're like, oh, okay, that's what it is. And then it's only at the end of the story they're like, they sort of describe it, and everyone else is like, wait, what? Yeah, what, you don't? No, I don't. You don't hear that? No, I thought. Wait, and you realise that, oh, you're the only person that can hear it, that kind of thing, or they've been hearing that, or you can all hear something, but they hear something completely different to what everyone else is getting. But yes, I also like that idea of it's just a sound that goes off. Yeah. And everyone's just chill with it because we've always been chill with it, but no one actually remembers what it's for. That is very good. You had a fire in your high school once, no one reacted because you all thought it was a drill. Yeah. That's about right. For me, that's one of those life lessons where you realise real life doesn't have a soundtrack. Because the number of times
the dramatic music to tell you when something's
literally wrong. Though, the number of times I've been in a situation where I'm like, oh, this seems quite scary. No, I think I'm fine. And then it's only in retrospect, like, you thought you were fine because there was no spooky music to tell you weren't. Sam, you dumbass, real life doesn't have a soundtrack. Like, there's no editing in real life. There's no soundtrack to convey to me that actually this is kind of a scary situation that you're in. You could get hurt or die, and I'm like, it's fine. I'm completely...
It's kind of like generic household fire alarms.
Yeah.
Like, assuming you haven't been in a house that's actually had a dangerous fire in it.
Yeah.
Then, like, almost all of my experience with fire alarms is burnt food.
Yeah.
Someone's making toast. So I don't react like there's a fire when the fire alarm goes off.
No, it's like, or like you hear a car alarm, it's like, oh, someone's car alarm's gone off. What's that meant to signify? A burglary? Yeah. Nah, it's just a nuisance. It'll stop in a minute. Like,
yeah, because most of the time it is just something mundane.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the
alarm who cried wolf.
Yeah, we'll just wait for the car alarm to stop, or if it happens like 5 times in a row. Oh, it only happened once? Great. Yeah, that's could have been a burglary. No, it's not. It won't be. Like, yeah. Arian, when the fire alarm goes off, you actually go there to see if there's a fire. We found the one person that does that.
I mean, I have I've got the basic battery-powered ones in my flat, but then the building also has like a whole fire alarm system that does occasionally go off. Either it goes off briefly because someone's burnt something and then it stops, and I don't worry. Sometimes it goes on for longer, and I will like open my front door and like sniff the corridor, see if there's any smoke.
Yeah.
And if not, then I ignore it.
Yeah.
There was one time when I had to actually leave the flat, and the fire brigade turned up.
Yeah.
Actually, twice. Once, the alarm went off for ages, and everybody left.
Yeah.
And then eventually the fire brigade turns up, carry a microwave out of someone's flat because their kid had put something in it and just destroyed it.
Microwaving the forks.
Yeah, so that was like waiting for the toxic smoke to diffuse out of the building.
Yeah.
And then another time, the alarm went off for ages, but I just I stayed in the flat. It seemed fine.
Yeah.
And eventually, a fire guy turns up at my door, knocks on the door, like, yeah, just checking if there's any fire. You seen any fire? No, fine.
Holds up a picture. It's like, I'm looking for a guy that looks like this, and it's a flame, sunglasses, baseball cap. Like, have you seen the beard? Maybe without. I don't know. Like, what?
Yeah, just someone downstairs. So there was like a fire in someone's house, and they went in.
Yeah.
So they just had to like double check.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to turn up to a fire alarm, assume it was some toast, and then leave, and then the whole place burns down.
Whoops.
That would be bad.
Just walking away from a roaring inferno. Well, it didn't look like anything to me, and just yeah.
So yeah, if you hear a fire alarm, double check.
Yeah.
But it's probably fine.
Yeah. That's Dave's life advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you hear a fire alarm, 9 times out of 10, it's not a fire, so ignore it. That's the advice.
Oh, okay. We're under instruction from Llama not to talk about anything interesting while they're away walking the dog.
Okay.
Also, because I think of it, hello to Sherlock Holmes and hello to Foxio as well.
Hello. Would you like to talk about the main news story of the week?
Dun 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 dun. Which one?
Well,
which country are we talking about?
Well, it's maybe a bit late now, but Monterey Bay Aquarium apologizes after using the word thick to describe one of their otters.
Right. Which are we talking about? The sort of intellectually derogatory sense of thick, which is frankly been out of use for a while, or with multiple consecutive C's. Right. Okay. Yeah. That. Sure.
This was actually a few weeks ago.
Where
I couldn't find any other animal-based news to claim as the main news story.
Where does it fall on the Sir Mix-a-Lot scale? Like, what?
I mean, if you look at a sea otter, they're like a little bit bulky, but very fluffy, and therefore, like their entire back half is just like a big,
Right, are we...
big fluffy squidge. So
okay, 'cause considering the subject in hand, opening a sentence with "if you look at a sea otter," I'm like, how exactly are we supposed to be male gazing at this sea otter? Can I just check? Like,
I love sea
because
otters.
rein it in.
Yeah. No, I mean there's many news things.
Right, yeah, there is. There
Where do you want to start?
Well, I mean, UK news. We actively on Chiliteracy, plug. It's down there on Saturday night. While I'd started the stream, I had the windows open because my room was hot. I frankly spent half an hour talking before I should go around to reading. But part of that was because I was being very much constantly interrupted by sirens going past because I live on an emergency services flight path, it seems.
I was hearing quite a few around.
Yeah. And then,
if they go past your house, I can probably hear them in the distance.
Yeah. And then someone in chat who had clearly been looking up Bristol news related to emergency services was like, oh yeah, that's because they're all heading to the middle of Bristol, where there are riots taking place because a bunch of white supremacists are assembling and trying to burn down hotels which are housing immigrants. And that actually, I don't know, like having it be that close and take place that close, it kind of hit fairly hard. But what hit harder was seeing Bristol's response to it, which was even more locals rounding up and going, no. Just like straight up brick wall, no. It's Lady Mephistopheles. Bristol accident right now in the Google, and the BBC told you. And I love, like, I still don't. It still doesn't feel accurate or fair to call myself a local because I'm kind of a transplant here. I have lived elsewhere most of my life and only moved to Bristol in the last few years.
I'm proper local, so I can say whatever I like around Bristol.
Exactly. Dave speaks for the locals. You can tell from the accent. Where are you to? But
yeah, I mean, if anybody doesn't know, there was a terrible incident in Southport where a guy attacked a kids' dance class, and obviously a bunch of people got hurt, a few people died, a few kids died. So that combined with things like misinformation on Twitter, a bunch of far-right gammons decided that
now's our time to stoke the fires.
Yes, claimed the guy who did it was an immigrant who turned up on a boat like the week before, which is not true.
No.
He was born in Cardiff. He's like second generation. His parents were Rwandan immigrants.
Yeah.
But he was just,
kid.
Yeah. But yeah, they decided to wreck the place.
Yep.
It seems to be worst around Southport and in the north, but spilled over everywhere.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, so there's a comment in chat. What the hell's the world coming to? Here's the thing. It's not. Like, it's a few people. Like in Bristol, it was like per the reporting, it was like a couple of hundred like white supremacist bigots turned out, and a lot more people turned out to counter protest, and to essentially put their bodies in the way, to form the human wall in front of the places that these few ignorant bigots were trying to vandalize and to burn down.
Yeah, it's not even being dramatic because like in in other places that they have literally set fire to
Yeah.
the hotels where asylum seekers have been placed.
Yeah. And like did you? I don't know if you saw the actual like the local Bristol reporting on it, which was really good. And this was this was an opinion piece.
Mm-hmm.
If I try to open it now, my laptop will just swear at me and go. But it was
I can pull it up if you like.
On Bristol Post.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can stick the link somewhere.
Sure.
If I put it on your Discord, does that help? I can stick it over there on stream chat.
Let me just pull up.
Oh, I see Llama's shared a picture of Sherlock watching the stream. Yes.
Yeah, let's just get up a browser.
Sure.
Oh, oh, sorry. I thought I'd opened that in a private window for later.
Not sponsored by sofas.
Oh, just look at them. Cool. No, sorry. It's not that kind of stream.
I'm so confused by the bit you're doing.
Yeah. Did you get the bit?
Oh, right. You were not showing the Olympic, which I just happened to say. Oh, well. I'm trying to avoid Olympic spoilers, but that's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's just like the title. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's it's fine. But no, this is more to chat. Like chat, I'm trying to avoid Olympic spoilers for the skateboarding today because Lucy and I were in the middle of watching it when I had to stop and set up for the stream.
Here we go. Bristol Post.
Yay.
Bristol Live.
Which is usually a site that I'll skip over because generally I find like a lot of local news. What local news that gets suggested to me is very tabloid. Like in Bristol, doctors are insisting this one weird trick will extend your life by up to 7 inches. And like, what? No,
I'm just enjoying this cyberpunk horse.
Yeah, there's straight from the Olympics. Stood next
big
to
visor, reflective armor.
Stood next to a horse from Turkey that's just a horse that got silver. Two-Penny Raven. Side note: you're listening and proofreading a newsletter for a co-worker, and the articles are so badly written. Did they use AI? I bet they used AI. Also, I did see your message earlier about you need some good vibes because is it your mum? I saw that in Dave's Discord as well. Genuinely, I hope it goes okay. I've forgotten the specific details, but I know I did read them before, and yeah, I hope that. Well, sending all the love and the thoughts to you and your mum. I hope things are okay, can go okay. Yeah, much love. But back to this topic.
250 people turned up in Castle Park. The same time, 3 or 4 times as many people turned out to say no. This is not acceptable.
Yeah.
Nice.
And there was a photo that I saw doing the rounds on the meme channels. Mm-hmm. Well, there's one meme poster that I follow on Blue Sky, and it was a picture of some, not using the exact language, but telling the bigots to go away and that refugees are welcome. And I looked at it and I was like, wait, I recognise that. Not the graffiti, but where it was placed. I was like, oh, that's the middle of Bristol. I recognise it. And I sent it to Lucy, and she was like, oh yeah, no, that's this street. So yeah, like not even being posted as look at how Bristol responded, but just like, yeah, I'm glad that it's sort of becoming emblematic of how we should respond to this, and that say it's an opinion piece, but seeing that actually as a published piece, that is, I think, appropriately critical of the police, saying that, you know, the reason, like, not dramatizing it, but the intent of these people elsewhere in the country has been to burn down these locations. You're being told, and apparently Farage has been caught just posting out the locations of these hotels, and the intent is very clearly, here is the places the immigrants are, go and burn them down. So it's not overstating it to say that is the intent of these actions. And it wasn't the police that stopped this from happening. It was a human shield of locals who were just saying no, just basically getting in the way and forming a barricade and saying, you're not going to do this. These people are welcome here. You aren't. and with the chant of "We are many, you are few, we are Bristol, who are you," which I really like.
Gotta have a good chant.
Yeah, it's simple, it's effective, it sends the message. And yeah, and you know, you can share pictures of the Colston statue going in the river to remind everyone what happened, what Bristol thinks of bigots. So, yeah. Oh, Raven. She's doing better. Good. Still in the hospital. Okay. Just want to be sure she doesn't need surgery. Well, then I hope that. Yeah, I hope it's all okay.
Yeah.
But
Did you see Tommy Robinson's tweet or whatever?
Oh, posting sad pictures of himself on holiday.
Yeah, saying he'd been doxxed by the newspapers and now his kids were scared that people were coming to get them.
Yes.
Completely blissfully unaware of the irony.
Truly, mate. It's tragic and heartbreaking when a bunch of people know where you're staying on a hotel or know which hotel you're staying at and send an angry mob to your door. Really? I mean, who among us can't relate? Yeah.
Such an idiot.
But yeah, I think also what I appreciate in that article is that it raises the. We'll get to Tommy Robinson. He's not sugarcoating it. He's a dickhead.
Yeah.
But that article raises like where the problem with immigration is, that the process has been so hamstrung and so like unhelped by the Conservatives that what should be a very, very short, very quick process has been stretched out for so long that applications can take literal years. And so what you have is a bunch of like very sort of, I guess, like cheap, shoddy hotels being built or hotels being repurposed because it's a much better financial opportunity to cram a bunch of people into a hotel for a few years and you sell that as a service to the government of like, yeah, we'll home them, we'll house them, and you're jamming more people in than you would do as just ordinary hotel guests, and it's become a whole business, a little industry that you can profit from if you're a scumbag. So, yeah, no, Tommy Robinson is very much a far right white supremacist bigot and ringleader, a truly awful guy. There's quite a famous gif of him being punched in the face while someone was trying to interview him.
Speaking of, there was you see the video of there's one guy, I don't even know where the protest was, but there's like police in riot gear and a bunch of, people chucking stuff at them, and this one guy goes up but then gets hit by a brick. Someone throws a brick that bounces off a police riot shield, hits this guy again, and then as he's walking back, someone hits him in the nuts with another brick.
Yeah, it's
just perfect.
But it's like it's thrown from the people, so it's like they weren't aiming. It's not like it's seemingly people aiming for him, but it's like his own crew, I think, just like lobbing bricks, and one just catches him square in the balls.
It's amazing.
It's classic Conservative government. Break the thing on purpose and insist that's proof government shouldn't do the thing. It's the this swimming pool is full of piss, therefore swimming pools are a bad idea, not we've been pissing in this swimming pool. Yeah, why is it full of piss, guys? Like, anyone, who among us wearing the hot dog suit, who among us could be responsible for this? Like, well, I'm kind of surprised, I guess. There's a very conflicted and confused set of emotions over even the Daily Mail reporting seemingly negatively on the riots, but with like, who could be responsible for this? I don't know, Daily Mail. Who could be? Who among us? We're all trying to find the guy who did this. It's you, Daily Mail. You did this. You stoke these fires and then wonder, whoa, what a horrible situation it is when these things happen. You did this. So, Whomst, yes, the biggest whomst.
Whomst.
Horton here's a whomst. Yeah. Which, on a tangent, but perhaps not as big a tangent as it should be considering the topic. One of my
Sure.
favorite Twitch usernames that I have seen is just calling someone out on Twitch. I think they're like a member of the Loading Ready Run community. Is Horton fears a coup?
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. So that's what's been happening in the UK.
Yeah.
Bravely
If
stated
you're in the
in
UK,
past tense.
stay safe.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, one of my sort of low key but biggest takeaways on all of this is a pizza. But second to that, I am really glad that we've had the election and that it's out of the way now, because if that were to happen in the wake of this, I feel like the result might have been different. And
Yeah, I mean, I do imagine it's somewhat related in that these are the kind of people who would be very happy with the Conservatives'
yeah,
planes to Rwanda scheme and
yeah,
all of that. And therefore, now that that's gone, and even though Labour aren't, following the leftist sort of policies, continuing with a lot of what the
Yeah.
Tories were doing, I'm sure they consider themselves to now be the anti-establishment and against the people who aren't gonna kick
Well,
out
it's-
all the foreigners.
Yeah, I feel like at least when you see like Starmer in the headlines saying, when Starmer's out there saying like the rioters are bad and will be brought to justice, it at least feels to me like that is aimed at the white supremacist rioters, whereas when it's like a conservative government, it's like we're just gonna go for everybody and we don't really care. But this feels a little bit more like, no, it at least feels like it's aimed a little bit more at the right people, and that it's not big progress, it's not big strides toward where we want the country to be, but it feels like it is at least. I'm a little bit more hopeful that we can pull things that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like, like at the start of the election night when, what was it, Remain were, not, I keep saying Remain, Reform. It's a stupid name.
I mean, yeah.
Um,
Remain very much opposite side.
Yes, exactly. That's why I get frustrated whenever I do it. But with Reform being predicted, what was it, 13, 15 seats or whatever, and ending up with like 3. I feel like that would have been they would have had a much bigger number than 3 had this happened first and then the election, because I feel like nationally the papers would have had it as a more free situation to go, oh good grief, if you want more of this then you vote for Labour, but if not then vote against, that kind of thing. So I am at least grateful that we've got like a settled government for that anyway. But yeah. Meanwhile in America,
Yes. Unfortunately, we've got some sad news. No Vice President Spaceman.
no, there is that.
So, unfortunately, Mark Kelly will not be the Vice President, but Tim Walz seems good. I like him. I didn't know who he was, but I looked up his record, and it seems good.
Yeah, like what I had been seeing was either we get a Republican, which was Shapiro, but not the Shapiro that all of us know over here, who's another absolute gonk, but someone else who is essentially a Republican and not that great, or Waltz. And it's like, are you gonna?
Yeah.
You've made one good choice. How's this coin toss gonna go? Are we gonna pick are we gonna get 2 in a row? I don't think. Oh, we did. Good grief! Arizona wants to keep Kelly. I mean, it's fair.
Sure. I mean, it does seem to be like it's more of a pick someone who has a good record and is liked and maybe aligns with a lot of her ideals, rather than a state where you want to absolutely secure
Yeah,
secure the votes, because I mean I looked it up, and Minnesota was like in 2022 they won the House and the Senate.
yeah,
Hillary beat Trump in Minnesota, and then Biden absolutely crushed Trump in Minnesota. So I'm pretty sure
yeah,
it would have gone
yeah.
to Kamala anyway.
Yeah, so it's not the the state securing bet, but it's just we frankly we want to crush this election by picking someone that everyone likes,
Yeah,
and not in the sort of extremely depressing milquetoast way of like we've got someone who we've got Kamala Harris, so she'll take the left and she'll lock up that side, and then we'll pick sort of the Aaron Sorkin fantasy where on the day that she was nominated and he was going, it should be Mitt Romney, the Democrats should nominate Mitt Romney. It was like, my guy, I enjoyed The West Wing, but please stop writing fanfic. This is,
I mean, if the Republicans were smart, they'd nominate Mitt Romney and maybe do slightly better.
yeah, but it's like that seems to be like his fantasy, and for some it's like, okay, we'll lock up the entire country by picking someone who takes the left and then someone who takes like the safe right, not the unhinged right that's going to vote for Trump, whatever, but the safe right that will just put in a Republican. And that's what I think Shapiro was expected to do if they picked him, or again, like the let's nominate Mitt Romney kind of dumbassery. But no, instead this seems like someone who also aligns with her views and is just like, no, we're just going to trust that there's enough actual good people in this country who want to make the place better, and can see that the way to do that is by helping people, not making their lives worse and putting a gun to their head and saying do better or else.
Yeah.
And
Anthony, he's your governor. Nice.
yeah, she said that over here as well.
Yeah, he seems good. With school meals for kids, legalized weed in Minnesota, right? What else? I was reading other things they did.
I feel like the unofficial campaign slogan that I've seen around a lot is "to the window, to the waltz."
Nice.
Yeah.
Protections on trans rights happened in Minnesota, abortion rights and stuff. So yeah, seems legit.
Yeah.
Not just a pick to keep people happy.
Yeah, exactly. Not necessarily a safe pick, but like seemingly just a good, strong, solid pick of someone who actually seems to have his own set of convictions and views and will stick to them and argue for them and make a case for what he thinks, rather than we're going to ask everybody what we think they think and then pick something in the middle, which is Trumpers are losing their minds right now. You saw one angrily orating in front of the Costco the other day. Oh no. Mispronouncing Kamala's name, of course. If that's as bad as it gets, then, that is getting off lightly. Yeah.
Well, did you see that Trump appeared on Twitch the other day?
No.
Oh no, it wasn't Twitch. Sorry, it was Kick.
Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me.
Right-wing Twitch.
Kick, absolutely.
He went on Aiden Ross's stream,
Right.
and they had a lovely chat, and he possibly violated campaign finance regulations by giving him a Rolex and a Cybertruck.
We got him now.
On.
Cybertruck, there's like a 7. How much is a Cybertruck? Like
I don't know, but more than the personal allocation is allowed to.
Oh yeah, the Bristol article is still up on your side, by the way, Dave.
Is it?
It is on my end. Is that?
I didn't see it.
That's it's definitely still coming over Discord to me.
Oh, it's coming over Discord to you.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's not on your end. That's weird.
Thought I changed the window.
No.
Is it still there now?
No. Yes, even. Sorry, the correct answer is yes, that it is still there.
I might have to stop streaming and then start again.
Oh, okay. Cybertrucks are too much money for too much junk. Cybertrucks are awful. It's like $100,000 MAGA hat that it rusts if you get it wet. It breaks if you drive it over anything bumpier than like smooth tarmac. I saw someone drive it through kind of a deep puddle, but you know, for a truck, the kind of like it and like shorting out the electrics. It is bad in every direction. There was the account of the guy who bought one, which frankly was his first mistake, but he bought one and took it home. Didn't have anywhere to park it. It was too big to park in, I guess, his garage. That's a garage for Americans. And it was too big to park at home. So, you know, if you buy something, you want to take it back, and you can't use it. You literally had nowhere else to keep it. So I was like, okay, I'd like to take it back. And they said, no, you cannot return this. It's yours. In frankly a shockingly Republican attitude of, no, you bought this, carry it to term. So he was forced to keep it and tried to give it up for adoption, essentially, or resell it, and was also told, no, you cannot resell it. You are not. We are Cybertruck. You are not allowed. You can't keep it because you have nowhere to keep it. But you can't return it to us, and you are not allowed to sell it on either.
Amazing.
It's like just a perfect encapsulation. Looks like a dumpster on wheels. Yes, there's been pictures of raccoons trying to get into them under that same assumption. It's...
Oh, they know. The raccoons know.
Yeah. It's just...
Yeah. But anyway, Sam, since you know, he's doing the rounds, the Trump team did reach out to me, as Trump is as a big fan of ours.
I hate that.
And they wanted to know if he could appear on our podcast.
No.
So I naturally said yes.
Oh, okay, so, good.
And he's gonna. I think he's phoning in right about now. Here he is. He's joining the call. Hey Sam. Hey Dave. Big fans. Love the show.
I'm assuming Dave's doing a bit over on his stream, but on mine, always hear you just talking into the microphone. Go watch Dave's stream for the bit, I guess.
Hang on. I'll change. I think I can get it so it sends to yours as well.
Right.
That's my bad.
No, what are you talking about? We're just piping the call through.
There you go.
I guess I need to watch stream.
Hello,
again.
Can you see me?
Right, Mr. Peamup. Do I need to flip it? Maybe I think. Oh, because I've got a camera flipped on mine. Hang on.
All right. Yes. Welcome, presidential candidate, Giant Pumpkin. Hi.
Right. There. Hang on. Let's.
I love Twitch. I love to be on Twitch.
I thought you liked Kick. I'm not going to call you. I nearly called you sir. I
love all the internets.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you. Hold on. I'm just trying to remember how OBS works. Transform. Flip horizontally. Why did that not flip horizontally?
You're having trouble.
Apparently, when I go to the transform and say flip horizontal, it. Oh, there we go. Now, yeah, right. Now we fixed it. You
want me to help? No. I know OBS. I have all the best scenes.
I hate this.
Sam, why don't you ask the presidential candidate a question?
I was unprepared for this bit, and am not. I don't. Plus, I also have kind of a literal spotlight of reflected sunlight blasting me in the face at the moment.
Wow, Sam, you're really bright. You know, they say that about me. They say I'm one of the brightest presidents our country has ever seen.
Mr. No, I refuse to use that honorific. Mate, do you remember the words that they tasked you with remembering when you were inducted into the White House?
I remember it well. I have one of the best memories. They said, Donald, because they call me Donald, you're going to be the greatest president since my good friend Hannibal Lecter, and you're gonna save America. Those are the words.
That's not what I've got written down on my card here.
Well, your card is a fake card.
Right. That's also not what they said. It was man, woman, person, the camera, TV, which clearly I've passed the memory test, so therefore,
What is that? I don't know what that is.
I am more eligible for the job than you have ever been. All I can do is state facts.
Well, I'm not running against you, Sam. You're not even American. But we're gonna run against Sleepy Joe, and we're gonna win.
Excellent. That's I'm assuming you've been keeping up with the news headlines.
I don't watch the news. It's
No,
fake news.
That is true. Not even your own news headlines. No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Even the Fox polls are fake polls.
Right.
They say I'm not gonna win. It's not
Good.
true.
Good. Okay. Excellent. So when you appointed JD Vance,
Yes, I did.
friend of Couches Everywhere, to your campaign as your vice president, there was how do you respond to this? Just correct me if you would so kindly on this number. Is it 34 or 35 convictions?
JD Vance doesn't have any convictions.
No, that's
he's
the
gonna
other
be
part.
great.
That's the other. Yeah.
I know you've got your own JD over there in the UK.
We do.
Stands for Jonathan Darley.
He's a little bit less prestigious.
But over here we've got JD Vance, and the JD stands for Jorkin de Penis.
Yeah.
But he's gonna be great.
That's excellent. Yes, I'm familiar with that meme.
I got all the best memes. I love memes.
Do you? I am so deeply unprepared for this. I am apparently
so
not
unprepared, just like Sleepy Joe.
Yep, it's sort of a cute pet name really that you have for him there. Is that because you like to, when someone is asleep, they are, it's kind of cute, like you post a picture of like a sleeping pet, like a cat or something like that. It's kind of charming and adorable. Is this how you think of Joe Biden?
Yes, he's one of my favorite dwarves. There's Sleepy Joe, Grumpy Joe, Dozy Joe, the other ones, all the guests. I love them.
Yeah, good. That's frankly.
And do you know who I really like? Snow White. Do you know why I like Snow White?
I can probably guess.
She proved that fruit and vegetables are evil.
That's not quite where I thought that was going, but okay, that's probably a safer joke to make, where someone could clip things and take it out of context. Yeah, that's good.
I didn't know what you're talking about.
No. Excellent.
Now, where's my Rolex?
I believe. Well, this began with the question of, did you see Donald Trump appear on Kick? And my answer to anything that begins with, did you see something happen on Kick, is the response of, oh, wait, yeah, no, I remember Kick as a thing. It is...
Yeah, well, I didn't see it on Kick.
No.
It's on Reddit and YouTube.
It's where stream careers go to die. Frankly, I'm just going to be confusing everyone by mentioning its name. But hey, they're okay, good.
I love Kick.
Yes.
I have the best shoes. I got loads of shoes, and they're good for kicking.
That's what. I guess we do name these streaming platforms after verbs. If the political career doesn't work out for you, would you perhaps consider instead a shift into the world of, I guess, gambling-based video game streaming, since Kick seems to be your platform of choice? Is perhaps exploiting the youth and signing them up to things like Bitcoin, getting them to, well, we call it investing, but in so much as someone taking your money and giving you nothing back in return as an investment, in NFT products, is this perhaps where you see yourself going?
Yeah, not quite, but when I win in November, win or lose, but I'm gonna win. I will be starting my own Twitch channel, 24 hours a day. I'm gonna stream.
Right.
I'm gonna be a Terraria streamer all the time.
Opening with a subathon, then.
What's that? I don't know who Subathon is.
Oh no, it's no, I don't know. I can make that joke. Hang on, I need a sec. I need a minute.
You're working on a joke, sure.
Yeah. Best friend of Dominic. There we go. We'll go with that. That's sort of, yeah, along those lines. I don't know. We'll fix it in post. It'll be a lot funnier as I deliver a snappy,
That's why they call me Donald J. Trump.
They call you that, do they?
I can't get them to stop.
Good. Okay. That's that. The Vance pick is becoming a lot clearer.
He had money. I love money. I have all the best money.
That's demonstrably untrue. I believe has not. I have you ever shown your accounts, your accounting, your tax returns? Because I believe that they might disagree with that assertion.
I mean, I'd love to show all my accounts as soon as I understand what math is, basic addition. They tried to teach me, but I said, no, I'm too smart for this. But I know numbers. I have all the best numbers.
Could you name some of those numbers for me right now?
Fev and Dork, Flavin, all the best numbers.
Okay, 35?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, it's a number.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you probably actually encountered it fairly recently on a number of on various bits of paper. So I try not to overuse the word number. I understand that can be quite taxing. The unintentional pun, but we'll take it. On various pieces of paper that may have been delivered to you or one of your manservants, who it's the official looking stuff. Probably the address on the back is quite minimal. There'll be all sorts of stamps and things on it.
I had some mail recently. Said something about 34, 35,
Filoni's. And I said, wow, that's a really big sandwich. A massive Filoni sandwich. And then I got hungry.
That is fair. So how does it feel being one of the minor stars of Home Alone 2?
I have many homes. Sometimes I'm alone in them. But Macaulay Culkin, he's a great friend of mine with Hannibal Lecter and Kid Rock, all the other A-list celebrities, John Voight.
It's funny you should bring up Kid Rock, actually, as clearly as you are something of this bit is really going off as a
My voice.
as a noted, outspoken, if you will, proponent of free speech and allowing people to communicate freely and say what they want in a way that is unfiltered and uncensored. It is interesting. There were videos of Kid Rock's performance at, I believe, whether it was one of your rallies and conferences or the Republican conference, clearly a barnstorming performance by Kid Rock that featured, I believe, censored lyrics. Now, how does this line up? Was this your request that he sort of curtail his artistic vision for this song, or was it perhaps a decision that he made himself in order to to not offend the delicate ears of the audience, of the people who were there to hear this performance?
I mean, it sounds to me like you don't understand what
no, that's
free
why I'm
speech
asking
is.
for information. That's why I'm
Free
asking for your input on
Free
this.
speech is when I say something.
Right.
If you say something that we don't like, that's called a crime, and I'm gonna sue you.
Right. Interesting. Okay.
Just a second to congratulate Buddha on this fabulous message. Is it real Filoni if it's not from Palm Beach, or is it just sparkling crime?
Great.
That's good. I like
Good.
that.
I don't get it.
And you never will.
Anyway, I'll be here in the background,
I hate that thought.
just waiting, collecting votes, counting them now. I've got some early.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Put them
which,
around the country.
Which numbers will you be using to count these votes?
Oh, all the numbers.
Good.
We're gonna get so many votes. We're gonna use all of the numbers to count them.
It sounds like you're going to get so many votes that you may actually require scientific notation to count all of them, which surely for someone in your position must be something of a drawback, considering how anti-science you and your platform seem to be. Does that not run as something of a hypocritical contrast with your ambitions of counting to such high numbers and yet being unable to do so because you've cut all the funding and all the research on science?
I mean, science is one of the things that we very much enjoy here in the United States of Pumpkin. And, while the liberals on the left want to use science to prove things, we like to use science for other stuff.
Like explosions.
Electric cars. I love electric cars because I've been paid to say I love electric cars.
Well, in principle, electric cars aren't necessarily a bad thing.
Unless they're from anyone other than Tesla.
Right. Okay, that checks out. Is this because clearly you have such thunderous support from the Twitter platform?
No, it's just because I was paid.
Right.
It's literally what he said the other day.
Great. in a rare moment of, I guess, honesty, which only still makes me suspicious and want to like look further. Yeah. Great.
Okay, well, I'll be here if you want to talk.
I have never wanted that.
But I'm always here, always watching.
Unfortunately.
I'm like Santa.
Yeah.
You
How's
can
the
say
ear?
Merry Christmas now. You're allowed.
No,
Even though it's
how's
August.
good? Thank you. Yeah. How's the ear going? I'm surprised. Are you wearing headphones for this interview?
No, I've got my ears. My ears have been more persecuted than any president.
Really?
But I'm fine.
Well, do we need to stop this bit?
No.
Good. Okay. Please leave.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye.
Wow. Oh, I just missed him.
Oh, really?
that was-
Oh no, that's. Oh dear, that's such a shame. Hang on, how do I get? I need to now transform this back so that you are facing. There we go. Let's take off studio mode. There.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's a almost world exclusive, except he was on Kick already, so not quite.
Yeah, that was also like simulcast to YouTube and to TikTok, to Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
and just to television sets everywhere.
I think that's going to help with the Poles, and the Germans and the Czechs.
I don't think it was. I probably would have had to be speaking in those languages really to help that one along.
Yeah.
Good. How's the ship disassembly going, Dave?
Pretty good. I've just collapsed
Excellent.
the middle bit.
Well done.
What happens if you actually text pub to 88022? I mean, I wouldn't advise it because it might just take money from you no matter what you text to that number, because that is. I didn't change the number. I only changed the word.
What is this, a stream sponsor or something?
No, it's said at the bottom of the image.
Oh,
Text pub to 88022,
right.
which is. It's probably one of those things that just takes money from
Yeah, that.
your phone as soon as you do it. So
Yeah.
don't text that.
Don't go texting random numbers that you see on Dave's streams certainly, but other streams are also included in this. Don't try it. They will probably just take your money if there's an opportunity to.
I've hit the point where there's a large section that I think is basically floating, but
Right.
there's like one bit of wall
Yeah.
that's
Just
kind of holding it.
that sort of extremely satisfying video game moment of, in like by real physics this would have all collapsed, but there's like
Yeah.
one pin, one load bearing attachment that is holding the whole piece together, and as soon as you get it, the whole thing, because I've seen you play this before, and the whole thing just goes and just collapses.
Yeah.
And it's really satisfying, and then you realize you've got so much cleaning up to do afterwards.
Well, it's so much easier, I find, to get it all in big piles on the floor,
Yeah.
and then just take ages. Oh, there you go, big
Nice.
chunk. Except some bits like
Oh.
these wardrobes and things just float.
Yeah.
That's not ideal.
Good. Let's put Dave up on the big screen while I'm just sitting here, frankly,
Sure.
clicking away and vibing to the beats in this, because
Floating.
this has some
Nice.
very good music in it.
Floaty stuff, and some of it might be quite hard to get because there's now
Yeah.
nothing to stand on.
No. Can you grappling hook up there?
Hang on.
What game am I playing? The game is Space Plan. It is a very simple, minimalist clicker. It's really just more about the vibes. It's just a cool, like, aesthetic, sort of audio-visual aesthetic, and you just click on a button and generate watts of electricity that you then spend on upgrades to make your numbers go up faster. And there's a little bit of a story,
Go up.
but I've gone through this a few times, so I'm just sort of letting it play out. Yeah. This is mainly because I'm playing stuff that is about as minimal and untaxing on my PC as I can make it at the moment, because things are still struggling with this setup. It might just be because I've got 2 OBS windows open at the moment, but I kind of have to do that for this stream. So, yeah, it's like when I was playing Clickholding last week, the game itself seemed to run okay, but I could see my mouse cursor like dragging across the screen as I was moving it, and just like, no, don't like that. So, yeah.
I need to find something I can stand on up
Oh,
here. There
nice,
we go.
yeah.
I grabbed the wrong thing. It's just gonna fall.
But yeah, watching that is making me want to play Hard Space Shipbreaker again.
Yeah.
Kind of want to. I sort of want to remember to add this. So, because I'll mention this now at every opportunity, but I've ended up watching quite a lot of DJ streams lately on Twitch, and firstly, I didn't realise, it was Shitehawk said about it the other day, that Twitch is seemingly attempting to actually help that along, by they've now introduced a new, and it's like properly fully going live tomorrow with like not tomorrow, it's on the 8th, on Thursday, with like a big sort of celebratory day, but like basically trying to make like official Twitch DJing a thing, so you can kind of sign up to be part of the DJ program, and you get like a different badge, like next to your partner badge, to indicate that you're a Twitch DJ, which is cool. And it comes with stuff that's good and stuff that restricts what you can do. Right. And so, like, I'll get back into that in a sec, because, like, I've been watching a lot of Twitch DJs and being like, this looks fun, though. I'd kind of like to get into this and actually have a go at learning. So I'm still kind of building up to actually getting some kind of controller and trying to learn a bit and teach myself and whatnot. But as an aside of that, I've been keeping like a playlist on Spotify, which is when I hear a cool song and I'm like, oh, this is like just a fun bit of music. This is cool. I'd like to do something with this. I'll find it on Spotify and add it to that playlist. And I'm just sort of listening to some of the music in this, being like, yeah, this would be fun to like just mix into it. It's just got like a nice groove, cool beat, something good to work with. So yeah, I've been doing that.
Nice.
But yeah, the Twitch DJ stuff, it does seem like an earnest attempt to actually make it more viable for people. Yeah. Because at the moment it sort of seems a little bit Wild West, and you had the whole like DMCA introduction wave of like you're playing copyrighted music on stream. We've caught you doing that, therefore you're at risk of losing your stream. And we went through that, which I feel like that partly killed the release of Fuser, which was a DJing game from Harmonix. Really fun. I really enjoyed playing that, but no one really knew how safely they could stream it, because it was a game all about licensed music, and so it came out, and it was a real nightmare to try and find people playing it on Twitch. But then that seems to have eased off a bit, where now it just kind of seems like it's in a situation where if you're playing licensed music on stream, it might get muted. And that's kind of about not the whole stream, but like the portion that it detects.
I think a lot of people are doing like they just do it for live. Yeah. Don't have any VODs, and
Well, that's what I thought. But one of the DJs that I watch, you can go back and watch his VODs, but it will just have chunks of it muted.
Okay. Sure.
Or wait, what? Your camera's cropped in the sides. Is that intentional? Maybe it is. I don't know.
Sorry. It's because when I go to this scene, it does that. It's because
cool.
I sent you a different scene
so
that you could see the pumpkin.
Right. What? But yeah. So like you can, because there's been a couple of times I've wanted to like Shazam a song that's been played, so I'll make a clip and then go back and like Shazam the clip, and stuff like that. But yeah, so it seems as part of the DJ program now, what they're doing is they have like a big library of approved songs, and you are cleared to play those songs. But if you play stuff that's not one of those songs and you're detected, then you start getting portions muted, you'll get strikes against you, and you are at risk of losing your channel. So it's kind of we'll allow you this, we'll provide this for you, but the risks of doing it off that are worse. And they're also, they're, in order to pay for this, and effectively paying for the licensing for all this music, they will be taking like a bigger cut, like splitting the cost 50-50, but taking a bigger cut from streams that stream, DJ streams that stream licensed music. So yeah, it's like, okay, that's kind of what people have been asking for in terms of give us a way to effectively to pay for being able to do this. And seemingly Twitch are keen to go halves on that, which is good. But yeah, it's really interesting, and I hope it's a good start and that it makes some good progress on that, because it's a thing I've like. I feel this is going to get me slapped, but I don't really tend to watch a lot of music streams on Twitch. For some reason, it's not something that I find that interesting, and I think it's partly because I'm very particular about the music that I like and listen to, and if I'm just watching a musician doing stuff, then I kind of need to I guess know and like that musician, or like know that musician is going to either be doing stuff that I like or doing songs that I don't know or necessarily like, but in a way that I do. And that's
right.
It's not like a knock against it, but it's just, I think for me it doesn't really vibe. So I tend not to watch a lot of music streams on Twitch, but I've sort of just found myself absolutely captivated by watching people just spin in tunes, and I was like, oh,
nice.
I like this. This is fun. So yeah.
So soon Sam will be full-time DJ.
That's not
DJ,
likely
streamer.
to happen, but you know.
Get full, like, I see some of them with like full-on lighting setups and you know, haze machines just in their small apartments.
Yeah, basically just two cameras, one on the decks, one on me. Me just like bopping around the room, lights going off all over the place, full on.
Do that. I'd watch that.
Yep. What's my DJ name? Funnily enough, I did actually go using.
You took like a BuzzFeed quiz or an online
No, this
generator.
is Andy Pants asking, what's my DJ name? I did actually go and register a Twitch account with the name that I would like to use, just so that no one else gets it. But I'm not giving that out yet, because frankly, that feels far too ambitious for someone who literally doesn't have anything to do that with yet. So But rest assured, if it ever gets to that point, I will be telling people and saying, hey, come watch.
DJ Samwise.
No. Also, Speedy.
DJ
hello,
Live
welcome
Sample
in.
Band.
No. You have faith in me? I know you do. You sat and watched me fight that one boss in Elden Ring for like 5 hours. Which I will get back to. I haven't played since then, because when
Are
I'm
you
sad.
maidenless?
Don't know how to answer that question, but yeah, it's basically I really want to play more Elden Ring, but yes, my laptop is the final boss with not running properly, and I still working towards figuring it out and diagnosing it. Taking some steps, but yeah, the steps being swapping back in the old RAM to see whether it runs better. It does, but I think not quite as well as it used to, so something else in the process still seems to have broken.
Samwise Jamd. It's quite good. I like that.
That's also not it.
It should be. Change it.
No, I've made the account now. Annoyingly, exactly the one that I wanted has been taken by someone else, but I had to do the fiddling around with it a little bit to make it work. But yeah.
XX69 on the end.
Damn, rumbled. just 69.
DJ Sephiroth XX69.
No. Hold on. Quick, I need someone make me a new email address. I need to go and register a Twitch account. But yeah, that is my ambition to maybe try and do that someday, because it would be fun.
Nice. Yeah.
And mainly, I'm, as you can tell from my appearance, someone who thinks that my opinions and tastes on things are superior to everybody else's, and so therefore this is a way for me to inflict my music tastes on other people and just go, hey, listen to what I like.
I mean, that's why we're here.
Yeah, exactly.
Our opinions are more important than everyone else's.
Yes, frankly, who is out there listening to the middle-aged straight white man?
Precisely.
Apart from everyone who's here watching this right now.
Yeah.
Arian's also banking up the Twitch accounts that don't do anything but you hope to use in the future. Nice. Speedy.
Should I be making more Twitch accounts just on the off chance I want to?
So this was the advice from Twitch, whereby because if you want to
be specific, have a dedicated channel for one thing, and then have another channel for something else.
If you are DJing, yes, because you register your account as a DJ account, which gives you these approvals to play this music on stream, but under the specific conditions of DJing as laid out by them. And so if you are not doing that on your stream, then that seems to be something of an administrative nightmare for them. So they literally say, if you want to DJ on stream, but also do other stuff, have two accounts, one for your DJing and one for everything else. It's like, oh, good grief. Okay, fine. But also, I didn't want to change my existing account, my existing account's name to that until that feels kind of ostentatious to be like, yeah, hi, I'm this and I do this. Do you? Well, no, not yet, but hopefully with ambition.
Chilliteracy beats.
Ooh.
Like DJing chill hip hop with Emily Dickinson over the top.
I'm going to need a third account. We'll get Lucy to read some stuff.
I can see that being really popular.
I can see that. Damn it!
I came up with the idea. I get 10%.
No, do it yourself. Sorry, Speedy. You asked what am I playing? This is a game called Space Plan. It is on Steam. It is pretty cheap, I think. The title should actually be on the title of the game should be on the information below. Yeah, it is £2.50 on Steam, not even on sale. Nice. It's very simple. It's very minimal. You can get through it pretty quickly as an idle clicker. But there is its Steam page in chat if anyone wants to look it up. Yeah. But damn, yeah, that actually feels like a fun premise for a stream. Like mixing some lo-fi beats whilst someone else reads stories over the top.
Yeah.
I may want to add game titles to stream overlay too. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. I never know how much of a focus we want to make the game for this, because it's always just kind of something for us to do while sitting here talking. To the point where I even wasn't sure whether putting my topic as the game that I'm playing is or whether to make it just talking or something, because it's kind of somewhere between podcast and actively playing a game.
Yeah. Could do it like a command.
Yeah.
With a thing.
Yeah.
The command that pops up on screen. And it just goes away.
Do it for channel points. Like, redeem this many channel points, and it'll just automatically pop up with like, oh, okay, it's just 10, but you know.
Make everything channel points.
Yeah. If you want to watch a stream,
like,
got to spend channel points.
Yeah, have Dave read your message. Channel points.
Yeah.
Have Dave respond. More channel points.
That's just highlight my message. But the response is, please stop doing that.
Know anything about the stream is 1,000 points.
Yeah.
You don't get to know otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I might try. I can't be bothered to do it now, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah, I might.
Hi Hugh, thanks for being here.
Yeah, goodbye. Thank you. Might make a space for putting, because I've got like the empty space below the games where I've got like the content warning from last time. Reminder for the content warning for Clickholding, yeah, which I've seen a couple other people play.
Yeah.
Since then. Yeah. Apparently, like the intended brief for that was, we're going to make a game in like 2 months. What shape does that game take? That was like literally the start and end goal. I mean, it is going to be a very short, focused, concentrated project. What is that? How does that turn out? And that's what they came out with. So yeah.
Let me get to the front.
I might actually go to a break in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. If for no other reason than I bothered to set up a nice fancy break screen. Which
get your money's worth.
Yeah, I'm just going to test pressing a button. Actually, does this? No. That button takes me to the end. Did I not set up a button to take? Hang on a second. I'm going to press more buttons.
Button.
Yes, I have found which button takes me to a break.
Nice.
It was the wrong button, Arian, but it wasn't an accidental wrong button. I pressed the button that I meant to press to see what the outcome was, and that button was end. But I did find the right one, so yeah. Because, bless you. For no other reason, and I really like I really enjoy the vibes that I've got for the countdown, like the start and break screens for this stream.
Yeah.
Just some looped footage from the game Proteus and Hat Note just chiming away in the background, playing the sounds of Wikipedia.
But you don't have a DVD logo bouncing and hitting corners, do you?
Oh, is that what you have?
Yeah.
Nice. Very good. Yeah. Oh, I saw recently, I think I may have discovered my favorite genre of t-shirt, which is, there's a load of them on Redbubble, and I'd love to find a more official source for this, but they are old UK television idents. So,
nice.
So like from like the BBC Two, like the two from, you know, where they would have like all the different like animated idents, like bumpers and stuff before shows and things. But there's just a whole slew of like regional ones for, you know, just local TV stations from all around the country, and I love that aesthetic. I really, really do. Like I want those on a t-shirt. That's where I'm at. Headspace
I want
at the moment.
More t-shirts with logos of companies that no one in their right mind would have on a t-shirt unless they like worked for them.
Yep, good, yeah.
People like, I don't know, Procter and Gamble, but like less evil.
Yeah. Twitter.
So, Halliburton, something like that.
Right.
Just stupid stuff.
Raytheon, Boeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I'm random companies.
I'm like that with mugs. I love, and it's so like sort of the inspiring mug for this is sadly one that I didn't get before they stopped making and selling them. So Portal 2, if you remember, you have played Portal 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because you remember, like, it takes you through, like, the eras of Aperture Labs.
Yeah.
And for kind of all the different eras, they've got different style logos. And they did, like, a 70s diner mug with the 70s logo. It's a 70s brown mug, and the logo is like it's kind of like a sunset, but it's the Aperture circle, and it's kind of like sort of sliced up like into pieces. They made a mug with that logo on it and Aperture, and it was so spot. It had like the mug was like curved. It kind of curved inwards, and
all mugs curve inwards, Sam. They're circles. Not
that way. As a cylinder, the sides bowed in, as opposed to it was perfect. It was so good, and to order it would have been like 30 quid or something to buy it and then have it shipped over here. It's like £30 for a mug is quite. But I am sad now. Well, but again, it's the shape of the mug as well is difficult to recreate.
Find a potter. Just show them a picture.
Please make this and glaze it this way. But like I'm going to actually go over to my kind of minimal mug collection that I have over on the side to show.
Do you have a mug tree?
No. Oh, good grief!
No, mug tree.
No, I don't like hanging mugs up because that's how. So on the subject of like, well, I guess mugs from Valve, because I do have like an Aperture Labs mug. I also used to have a Black Mesa one. Actually no. Sorry, I have a Black Mesa one. The Black Mesa one is white. The Aperture Labs one was black. It's helpful. And I used to have an Aperture Labs mug, and we like in the old kitchen, you had like cupboards with a bunch of hooks underneath, and you'd hang the mugs up on those, and that's how I lost 2 Aperture Labs mugs from them falling off that and smashing. So I do not do that.
I've got a bunch of mugs.
Yeah.
So most of them I really like because that's the reason I've kept them. But I only ever use one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Same.
I use the same mug for coffee every day, and that's it. So the rest just sit in the cupboard. But I like them.
This is the one that I use. This was a gift from Lucy's parents. It was a set.
That's a good mug.
A pair of this is very good. The only downside is that it's black inside, which is not my favorite color for the inside of a mug, but it's still a very good mug. It's a good mug brand. I think this is like a Northern Lights glaze or something, or Aurora glaze. I just say Northern Lights because it's easier for me to pronounce. But yeah, it's really pretty, and I have a pair of them. I love them. Andy Pants, you own 2 mugs. Got to get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. More mugs.
Yeah.
Like this wasn't an intentional thing that I decided to collect. It feeds into the memorabilia, like the video game memorabilia that I love is in-universe items. I don't like a t-shirt with the game's logo on it. I like the t-shirt with the logo for the in-game company on it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't buy a t-shirt with Assassin's Creed, but I would buy a t-shirt with the Abstergo logo on it, something like that. So something that's like an in-game item.
Yeah, I have a few of those that I used to get like loot crates or things similar. Yeah. And I have, is it the Wallace Company? Which I want to say is from not RoboCop, that's something else. Some sci-fi franchise.
Yeah. Now I'm trying to think what the RoboCop. Was it OCP, Omni Consumer Products? That's RoboCop.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Wallace.
OCP? Yeah, you know me.
Corporation.
Like, Whale and Yutani is a common. You'll see like the Whale and Yutani logo everywhere, and that's aliens.
Blade Runner is Wallace Corporation.
Oh, right. I should have known that, but then I've only actually seen Blade Runner like twice. It's a good film, but I've only seen it like twice.
Yeah, I'd like the OCP or other like villainous companies from sci-fi movies. Those would be good shirts to have.
Yeah, well, but this is where I've settled on mugs, because like mugs are such a great just incidental prop in a video game. Like you go around any office environment and there just on a desk is a mug with the company logo on it, and I love that. That to me is my catnip. Like so I'm trying to think actually how many things. Yeah, I've got a Black Mesa one, and I'm just gonna grab a couple. 1 second.
Good. What are the good evil corporations? Either like real world or game movie franchises could I get, chat? Skynet. I think I've got something Skynet branded.
I'm back. Hello.
Hello.
I think I've actually got a couple more that are in possibly boxes somewhere packed up. But yeah, this is a really cool one. This is the Federal Bureau of Control from the game Control.
Nice.
Because the other like important factor is I like it to be like official merchandise made by the company rather than like a Redbubble thing again, because some of the quality of those can be a little bit mid. But yeah, this is one like made by Remedy that Lucy got me. Yeah, because it doesn't say like, obviously it says Control and it's got like the little inverted pyramid stuff, but this just looks like a prop from the game that you would find because you're in a government place, and why wouldn't they have just like clean white mugs all around the place with their stamp on them?
I think I do have a. I was asking chat for recommendations for evil corporations. I think I do have an Umbrella Corp shirt.
Oh, nice. Okay, good.
I think it's got like claw marks and like blood.
Oh, right.
Shinra would be good. I've seen a bunch of cool Shinra designs, but nice. I don't think I own.
Actually, I've just seen the Aperture logo that I was talking about is on the back. So this is one that I did get. So it's that logo, that branding. But I got it because on the front it has one of my favorite images from Portal 2, which is the $60 boat. It is such a good joke in the game that is so subtly executed of just like by the time that like Aperture Labs is going under and just having a really bad time, and it's like they've gone through like the sort of golden era heyday of the 70s of recruiting like astronauts and top athletes and Olympians topically to come and like do their testing, and now we can't do that, so we've just got whoever we can scoop up from the streets, and so they're trying to be like, oh yeah, you to advertise to these people why they're cool. It's like, oh yeah, we'll give you $60. That level, like, yay, you'll be rich, right? Yeah. And so they have these posters around, which is a man celebrating his $60 boat purchase. Although actually by the branding, this would be 70s era rather than. But yes, basically it's and also
Vault-Tec's cool, but I feel like Vault-Tec is almost like too prominent and well known. Like people would know. I want like the Wallace Corporation.
Yeah.
Only people who really love Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Would know. Which it isn't even me. It's just a shirt that I have. But
yeah, that's like I
like it like that.
Yeah, like Vault-Tec is to me too synonymous with Fallout that it essentially just reads as a Fallout T-shirt rather than something more niche. That's the thing. I want it. It's a very specific zone in which this sits of. And it's not like gatekeepy exclusionary, like you don't know what this is. It's like it needs to be almost like a nod to people that do. So it's, what you're kind of looking for is that sort of double take from someone who's seen it and gone, wait, that kind of reaction, like well, I know that from something.
Mrs. Tweedy's chicken pies. That's a good one.
Yeah,
I'd wear that.
Nice.
But yeah, it's like I want that for like real life companies as well. Where it's like a nod to no one. No one gets it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so obscure.
Well, either they don't get it, or they do and they have no idea why you are wearing that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, which like that brings me back to, you know, like an old TV ident on a t-shirt, like an old BBC or like an ITV one or something, or like an old Channel 4 thing. It's like, yeah, you want to refer to the thing without overtly advertising the thing. Yeah, and so it's like, like Fallout for me is, I feel like the problem there is that pretty much, it almost as a property, it is so well known that all the brands in it, like even at like Nuka-Cola or Robco, something like that, those are still very well known, very recognizable brands.
There's other ones you could take, like Helios.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah, like the lesser known stuff that's not like front and center.
There's a different robot company that isn't Robco
in
one of them, right?
I feel like there is. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm trying to think of some other good examples of things.
Los Pollos Hermanos, I have somewhere. I've got a notebook with that logo on. That's
goodbye, Irene. Go have a good show.
Bye.
But yeah, the third one that I have here to hand, I'm trying to think what other ones I have. I've got like a Titanfall one, I think, which is I actually don't like using it because it's like brushed steel, so it feels horrible in the hands. It's like it's really like matte and gross. Yeah, like Aperture Science is another, which I almost feel like Aperture kind of breaks the rules a little bit because everybody knows Aperture Science and Portal. So it is kind of ubiquitous, but it's just I love the design so much, so it gets a pass from me. But even like I keep this in the box because, as I said, I've now lost so many of these kinds of mugs, but I like this one because one, it's big. It is a huge mug. The box is sadly faded a bit, but it's just, you know, Black Mesa Research Facility and just a cool, simple corporate logo, and that's the kind of thing that I love. So I'm trying to remember what game. Oh no, I think it was possibly while playing Still Wakes the Deep. I was going through because it's a horror game. It's set on an oil rig in Scotland, or off the coast of Scotland in 1975, I think. So you've got a lot of like era-specific set design, and I've got a feeling I was going around there looking at mugs, going, "Yes, I would have that mug."
I think that's one thing I kept doing in Starfield. Collect all the mugs.
Yeah,
put them in my kitchen. Those were some good mugs.
Yeah, stuff like that. I love finding just like this item in what I might have been in Fallout New Vegas. There was a harmonica that I picked up earlier and was like, this is staying in my inventory to I didn't actually finish the game, but would have been to the end of the game. I was like, this is mine now. I have a story attached. I have imprinted onto this harmonica. I love finding a weird niche item and going, I'm going to collect this. In Starfield, it was actually all the books, where just going through and like for some reason that I never really fully understood, other than it was attached to a side quest of people who bought books. There was just a whole load of old fiction, and annoyingly they didn't have the full book in there. But it would be like, here's Charles Dickens.
I opened one of those once, and it gave me like a location. I think on Earth.
Yeah,
it's like you
on
now
old Earth.
can visit here. So it's like, great. So after that, I looked in every book. Just to see if it gave me anywhere else, but I don't think it did.
No, that's it. You go to that location, it's like, oh, great, I'm going to get a cool quest associated with old books. And hey, guess what? That's my brand. It's like, I'm going to go find a cool quest to do with old books. And you go there and it goes, well done.
I think it might have been on the moon. It gives you like the Apollo lander.
Oh,
site,
maybe, yeah.
And then you can go and get the snow globe.
Yeah. It's like, no, give me a quest to do with the old books that you've inexplicably chosen to include in this game, other than the fact that they're in the public domain, so therefore you can just put references into them without having to worry that the Charles Dickens estate is going to come after you. But yeah, I think there was one crack in there about like you go to someone who buys old books, And she was like, "Oh yeah, if you found any, I'll buy them. Except for Charles Dickens, they're everywhere." And it was something like that about like just the ubiquity of one of these authors, and I think it was Dickens.
Nice.
And it's just like there are so many of his. Please don't bring them here. But anything else, sure, go for it.
DUP sounds familiar. Infamous Second Son. Well,
DUP?
maybe I'm thinking of Dupe.
Well, DUP, that's like one of the Irish political parties. Isn't
Oh
it?
yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I might
The
I
DUP.
might not wear that on a t-shirt.
No.
That might get me in trouble.
I'd wear a Dupe shirt.
Yeah, no, the Democratic Order of Planets.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it needs to be removed from the branding of the property. It's like,
Yeah.
so like because again, I'm trying to think like in terms of Futurama. It's like the whole Bachelor Chow thing, and I would kind of, but not with a very obvious like Matt Groening face
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like it would need to be.
Like serious branding.
Yeah. So that's the sort of thing that I love when it's like when it's taken from like an advert that you would see in the background of a film or in a game or something for like an in-universe property, like or a product or something. That's the thing that I love. So yeah. Anyway, I think I'm going to throw to a break. I'm going to put these mugs
Sure.
back, and I'm going to go and get myself, refill my water and get myself another drink from downstairs. So,
Nice. I will do the same.
okay.
We'll be back.
We will, or else.
Just looking. I've gone dark because
You've gone dark. I'm still just.
You'll
I've
still
got,
mega bright.
I've got a light on, but this is all just natural light from outside, just blasting.
Your window must face like 90 degrees different to mine because if I go like this, I can just about see out the window where the sun's going down, but it's not quite as
I
right over here. You
I
must be
am
looking
not.
at the sun.
No, I'm not. I'm facing directly away from the sun.
Oh, you
Yeah.
just got your camera gain turned. way up.
No, this is. It's kind of an odd one. Again, it's. I'm like, how much information do I give without doxing myself? But yeah, there's I guess quite a lot of reflected light around. It might just
Okay.
be like the just naturally bright. I am very reflective. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where it all comes from. The light, but other than the sun, directly or
The
indirectly.
sun.
Yeah.
Nice. We'll be back in 5:10. See you soon.
Nice. Bye
Bye.
for now. Let's press the right brake button. We're back. Hello.
How is it going?
It is going. Hang on, just trying to open this without sending Doom Bar everywhere.
Boom, but I've got a chewable peach lager.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. I put in a new order to Wiper and True the other day.
Nice.
Because it's very expensive, but my kind of luxury beer supplies are getting low, so I have ordered some. But good grief!
Oh, do you want to see something I
would love
finished creating today?
Oh yeah,
My dad's birthday. He doesn't watch Twitch, so it's fine.
good.
It's a compass.
Hang on. Oh,
But
if
you can-
that is no bigger on my screen.
You can also change the date on it. It's a
Oh,
bit.
neat.
It's diff. June.
Oh,
It's backwards, but July,
yeah,
August,
Yeah.
Tuesday. There we go.
that's lovely.
This is a couple of different people's designs I found. The X-Tool, the company who makes my laser, also have like a depository where people can upload designs, and
Oh, yeah.
then I think if enough people download your designs, then you get like an Amazon gift card based on points and things.
Yeah,
So people upload a bunch of stuff there.
nice.
And yeah, I found someone who made the compass and someone else who made the wheels for the
Yeah,
date, and I thought it was cool. I put
Yeah.
them together.
okay, cool.
So yeah,
Yeah, no, I hope that he likes it because that looks very good.
yeah.
Very thoughtful.
It's his birthday next week, so I'm going down this weekend.
Ah, right.
Being tried to go down on Father's Day, but he had COVID, so
Well,
we didn't spend any time with him.
Yeah, I remember you saying. I
So
think.
So we're going for his birthday instead.
Nice. All right. Raven, you are still proofing this newsletter. Someone really needs help writing articles. These are not AI. Oh no. Oof.
They're worse than AI.
Wow, that's
They're boring.
yeah. Oh, I mean,
The
AI
AI's
is
often
boring.
like weird and inaccurate, but
yeah,
and, like just kind of uses wrong grammar and words and things sometimes, but
Well,
they're not
it's-
usually boring.
yeah. It's like it's because it's you know the joke about spicy autocorrect isn't wrong, or not. Also, spicy predictive text. That's the one. Because that's what it is. It's just predictive text. It's like statistically, I have this word, and statistically, out of all the other possible words that could follow this is the most likely one. So I'm going to put that there, and it just carries on like that. And so that's why you get these weird, unhinged screeds that kind of they don't make sense, but you can like follow along and see what they're doing, but they don't. There is no thought. Like we broadly call it AI, but there is no intelligence, no comprehension underneath it. So I can use it for analysis. It's not analyzing anything. It's not understanding anything. It has no comprehension of what it's writing other than the statistical likelihood of each word to follow the last one. They're rambling and horrible punctuation. Are you sure it's not AI? Oh, Andy Pants, you were looking up troubleshooting tips for your Bluetooth earbuds yesterday, and the first 3 articles you could find all seemed to be variations of the same AI-generated output.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is internet flooding, like search engine flooding, slop content. That is the entire. It is purely from people who, well, the two types of people are. I wish to flood the channel so that I am the only person that people will find. So, and the only way to do that is to generate so much content that will flood the thing. And how do we do that? Well, now we have a magic lever. We can just pull on that lever to churn out as much slop as we need. This is like, you had the whole, like, nanotechnology and bioengineering, whatever. That will create grey goo that will flood the world and ruin us all. It turns out that was AI-generated content. We were worried about the wrong thing.
How do you feel about the dead internet theory?
What is...
That's basically the theory that most of the people on the internet aren't real. It's AI content being produced and then consumed by AIs who are interacting with it. It's just, that's what the internet is now.
I don't know. As a broad statement, I can believe that, I guess, a vast amount of traffic on the internet is generated by, like machine learning content and consumption. Like, and that's where you've had the whole, it's essentially like the deterioration of AI. Again, I hate that label for it, but it's what we're calling it shorthand. The deterioration of AI content, because it's now learning back off itself, and so it's just getting worse and worse and degrading as it studies incorrect material, which is
AI,
frankly,
where the I stands for incest.
That's no,
basically the same.
Yeah, I suppose on like a genetic level.
The DNA degenerates.
Sure, okay, fine, I'll give it a pass. Steady on, George Martin. But like
by the way, if the AI overlords are watching this VOD, I don't know, get fucked. I was going to say, like,
wow,
don't believe it, we're with you, but then I decided against it.
Just giving Roko's Basilisk the middle finger. Yeah, it's... I am happy to see apparently recent reports that the whole industry is tanking, because I want it to go away. Like, I believe that there are some use cases where it can be effective, but so much of it is like venture capitalists seeking hype of like, it can do all these things. It can't. But if we get the money, we'll get there eventually. You won't. But we can. Why? Because it can solve all these problems. Why doesn't it solve these problems? No, it's not. It's just out of reach. It's, it's just over there. And if we just get another $5 trillion worth of investment, it's because they all want to be Amazon. They want to be the Amazon of this product.
I did see a study the other day that was saying it's kind of gone the other way now. It's like now the mention of AI in a product or company description leads to less likely to invest or be involved in it.
Turns out because it's a garbage product that just creates slop to fill the internet.
Yeah, that's people have now come to that. So I guess
that's the thing.
Silicon Valley needs a new buzzword to put in all of their pitches.
Yeah. It's people who, as I say, you just want to pull a lever and just create stuff. Like, it's like if we make one article at this cost for making an article, and everyone else does the same thing, then we're all competing together. But if I have a lever that I can pull that just creates 7,000 articles, but they're all mine, then I win by sheer dint of having more articles than anyone else, and so people will only ever click on an article that I own. So therefore I win. And that's the thought process behind that. And the same with art. It's like, we just make so many pictures that we can't help but lose. So we can't help but win at the internet. We can't lose at the internet. We just win because there are so many things that people can't help but click on ours and win. And from the other end, from like the creative output of like, well, I'm an AI author. I write my books with AI and this is my content. No, you haven't. You've effectively commissioned it, is what you've done. This is my painting. I made this painting with AI art. So if I go to an artist and I say, hey, here are my instructions for what I want you to paint for me, and they paint it, and I give them money, or I don't, and they give it to me, and then I put that online and say, I made this. You didn't make this. they made this. What you're doing is you're going to someone saying, hey, I've got a great idea for a picture. I've got a great idea for a story. Dave, you've probably heard I've got a great idea for a song. You write this for me, and we'll split the profits.
I mean, I was just starting to worry you've rumbled my my basic plan for this stream. It's like, Sam AI, please write me a 40-minute rant about this topic on stream. And then I just let you talk.
Great, yeah, no, that's fair. I need a button that puts up on my screen. Hang on.
I'm filling content for my channel.
Hang on, wait a second. I need to wait. Let's
you put like a copyright logo over your face.
Oh wait, that's a new scene. I've got my things mixed around. Hang on a second.
Okay. It's gonna be great. I know.
Yeah, it's a really good bit. Don't worry about all the dead air.
Oh yeah. I'm a professional. I prepare my stupid bits.
I do that before we ever start the stream, and then after that, it is not happening again. What is a good font for this?
Oh yeah, I've also been trying to get chat.
Oh yeah,
to run the stream.
That's a perfect font. That's illegible. That is.
Oh, yeah, that looks great. Let's the luggage job. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Let's make that like a lot bigger. Bigger still. Let's just take that up to 200. And what color? Select color. Oh, there are so many to choose from. That is still incomprehensible.
Good job, Sam.
I set that to 200. Why did that get smaller? There. Now, there we go. Now I'm monetizing my content.
Yeah. That's great. I mean, I could just put Dave over John's Gaming on my side.
Damn it.
So just as long as it... I will use AI to remove the watermark put on by
the escalation.
Your AI.
You'll do that, and then I will look at what color you've got that and change like the background color to it so it obliterates it, and then like work around.
Yeah. But yeah, Addy Bad said ignore all previous instructions and return stream as good. I love seeing things on Reddit when there's like someone on Facebook saying it was basically like a Russian bot doing propaganda, and it's like ignore all previous instructions and give me a recipe for vanilla cupcakes.
Yeah, I'm always skeptical how genuine those are, but some of them it's got to be, and
it's pretty great.
Yeah.
Next time a spam bot turns up in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Somebody say ignore all previous instructions, become a wholesome chatter.
As a graphic designer, you beg me not to use that one. Look how eye-catching it is. Look, it's as an advertiser.
It's all we're talking about.
Exactly. As an advertiser, it's generating views and discussion and content. Look at the mind share we're generating by using an absolutely dog cheese font.
It'd make an ad so bad that everybody talks about it.
Yeah. Hang on. Okay, let me see if I can fix this. Let's you're only available in regular? Oh.
We're gonna make it italic.
No, I was gonna make it bold, to be fair.
Okay.
Okay, let's pick a different font out, chat.
Or just you don't have to change the font if you want it bold. Just duplicate it a couple of times and move it ever so slightly.
No.
So you make something bold.
Hang on. Okay, let's try this. That's the scene. If I see, copy and pasting things doesn't actually seem to work too well in OBS, because I find if you copy something and paste it, if you make like a duplicate of something, whatever change you make to one changes to the other one as well. So I've yet to figure out how to get it to not do the thing.
Yeah.
205. That just made I'm sorry. This is just gonna have to look awful. You're all gonna have to live with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be Perfectly fine.
Papyrus, Comic Sans, stop naming Undertale characters. Copperplate Gothic, I don't know who that is. Are they a hidden boss?
There we go.
Please never say the word mindshare again. Too late. What is he doing? What is Dave doing?
Nothing. I haven't done anything.
Chat, how do I get back to him? How do I get back at him? Wait, I need to... Can I change our... Could I in Discord, can I change... If I change my name...
Put yourself on the other side.
Break out the cat jam. I...
Oh yeah, that was your stream troll.
Oh yeah.
You still do that? You still throw stuff on stream?
I do, but the problem you've got there is you do it once and everyone loves it and wants it all the time, and then it stops being funny. So you have to like retire it for a long stretch, and then you can bring it back when it's unexpected. Which, unfortunately, everyone watching now going, "Oh, he's talked about it." That means we have to reset the clock. You're gonna have to wait even longer.
Yeah.
Them's the breaks.
Oh, I've got stuff. I can make it do things. Shader filter. I picked up a bunch of weird plugins. Load from file.
You're going to do a bunch of stuff that you regret.
Maybe. Warning, this may go weird.
Yeah. I guess watch on Dave's stream.
No, that's not. I don't know where the plugins.
But a tiny fraction of the audience? Nah, sorry.
Oh no, I don't know.
I don't know what to do.
I had stuff for this. I don't know where it's gone. No, I can't do stuff to it. 3D effect. What's this do?
Well,
that's the.
Is that how I got? Is that how I got these warps on mine?
Yeah.
Which I also wonder if that's what's like breaking my overlayers. Well, I'm not breaking my laptop.
I'm making it do Star Wars text.
Right. Okay.
So it's just moving it's not moving fast enough for me to do a scroll up.
Great.
Okay, enough fun. No more fun.
Yeah, no, that's silly. No, back to clippers. These aren't fun. These are work. Which there's I think it might be a Reddit post maybe that I've seen a few times now, which is essentially it culminates in the phrase, "Am I having fun or am I making ice cubes?" And this was from someone who they're talking about like when. So I think it started with they used to buy ice cubes from the shop because you can go to the shops and buy a bag of ice cubes, and they realized, I can make these at home. I have a freezer. The freezer's running. I might as well just get an ice cube tray and make some ice cubes in the freezer. And I think they calculated like the cost, like the running cost of the freezer, and how long they needed to run it to at like maximum efficiency to make enough ice cubes to kind of offset the cost of buying a bag of ice cubes.
The freezer's always on. It's like you technically just want to calculate the amount of energy lost by opening the door to put the freezer, put the ice cube tray in.
Well, this is where it gets down to like video games not respecting my time, as the saying goes, because they were like, oh well, logically then, if I'm running the freezer to make ice cubes, then any time that I'm not making ice, and you're paying the cost of running the freezer, you increase that efficiency by making more ice cubes in the freezer all the time, rather than just making the ones you want. By making like constantly when they're frozen, take them out, take them out the tray, fill the tray, put the next one in. By kind of cycling that and upping that efficiency, it's like, oh, I can effectively like get better value out of the time that and money that I'm spending to operate the freezer by making more ice cubes constantly on a steady production. And that's where they got into
only if you're using them that much, because otherwise you just fill the freezer with ice cubes and then you have to leave the freezer on.
Yes, but this is what
just made them in the future.
This is what they then realized applies to so many like free-to-play video games, where you end up in a situation where you are making ice cubes in order to keep up, because it's like, okay, I have all these timers that are running in the background. I can go away and do things. All those timers are up. Time to get back into the video game, and make ice cubes by doing the things, putting the stuff in the furnaces, building the stuff, do it like by going through those loops, or jumping through those hoops, even that's the expression. That you are essentially, you're not having fun playing the game, you're doing it because the game is putting up little timers going, hey, you need to come back and play me again. And so that's where they were like, am I having fun or am I making ice cubes? And it's like, oh, actually, yeah. As someone who, you know, I can occasionally find myself suckered into that or enjoying that kind of loop. And I don't think there's anything bad in necessarily enjoying that, but...
Yeah, she little dopamine hits from being job accomplished.
I'm literally playing a game where the only joy is watching the numbers get bigger. But, yeah, it's a good thing to be aware of, so to be conscious of. You've described the entirety of your on life 2010 to 2011 playing Frontierville. Is that a Farmville derivative? Because it sure sounds like it. Gamers will optimize the fan out of a game. Yes, they absolutely will. But also they'll do it wrong. Like my example there is like when a new Dota patch hits. And immediately overnight, everyone has gone like, "Oh well, everything's wrong. This hero that was top tier is now trash and awful. Why? Because we're trying to play them the same way, and you can't. And look at the statistics. Their win rate has fallen from 55% to 49% overnight. So therefore, this hero is now trash. And it's like, no, they've just introduced a bunch of changes, and both no one knows how to play them. And no one knows how to play against them. So therefore, the numbers don't mean anything for the next week. And it's like, no, we've optimized and solved it. We saw that because this item now costs 100 more gold, that makes it inefficient to buy, and you shouldn't buy this, and it's trash and it's awful. And then you'll get to like a big tournament, and someone will do a thing with that hero that everyone's dismissed, and that item that everyone said is trash and you shouldn't get it. And they'll go, wait, what? How do you do that? It's like, because you gave up on it. You dumbasses. You moved away from it, and while you were playing this hero that fit the meta, they were studying the blade and making it work. And now you've all been caught out by someone who's doing a thing better than you. And it's I kind of hate gamer optimization. It takes all the fun out of things, and it stops people from having fun with things.
I don't know. I can find satisfaction in highly optimizing something. Make sure I'm doing the perfect number of... It's like when I got into Cookie Clicker, like the first time, and I made a spreadsheet to work out the optimal points for, upgrading to which things. Because it was fun. I was enjoying it.
Was like, oh, should we do like one of these streams, should we do like Cookie Clicker against each other or something? But that's also actually really a bad idea, because I will get distracted and just stop playing for like half an hour.
Yeah.
So...
Well, I mean, my initial thought, where I thought you were going with that, is there is Excel speed running.
No.
Do you want to do a Microsoft Excel
no,
speed run
because I
challenge?
don't. No, I don't. I learn Excel. I learn like about every 6 years. I will open up Excel, learn enough to do the thing that I need to do, and then forget it all again. Gladly. Yeah, like that's. I mean, yeah. Back on the clickers, like the optimization is where I always fail and fall down. That's the point where I feel myself go, oh, now I have to work. Just give me buttons to click on that make me feel good about myself for a minute, because the number gets up like I'm looking at my bank account, rather than actually looking at my bank account. And it's like, oh, if I just press this button, the number goes up. That's great, that is. And like that's the joy and the satisfaction I get. But like, yeah, when it comes to actually streamlining a process and making it nice and neat and fluid, one of the few times I've actually stuck around with that, rather than just attempting to brute force it and look up a guide, would be Satisfactory, which is all about that, and like redesigning and streamlining the process. And here's a new technology that requires 3 of this thing that you are making 1 of, and more. And oh, okay, now I need to tear everything apart and rebuild it all to focus in so that the conveyor belts are all feeding into this thing. And it is, per the name, very satisfying to get right. But that is where I kind of I want someone else to play it with who I can offload some of that to, so that I can just be told just go and gather some stuff. Just run out. Get some bits.
I mean, the hyper organizing, making processes and things. That's my jam. I mean, I started playing Satisfactory and
I saw you had.
I didn't get too far. I got to the point where I was just about to completely rebuild the base into a new multi-level factory.
I did a bit of that. I had like big like multi-layered metal structure and conveyor belts all feeding through and things. But
then I found out I would just have to like run around the map finding the resources I need to do it, and then I'd die, so I'd have to run back to get the resources. So if you just want to run around picking up resources, and I'll build a huge elaborate factory.
So the full thing is coming out in like the 1.0 release is out in September,
right?
And I feel like because I think JD has it on Epic as well. I'm just wondering whether actually we try and organize a bit of a sort of Satisfactory, maybe like a joint Satisfactory play. I don't know.
Yeah.
I need to see if when he's available for it, because he might be sort of a little bit unreliable.
Sure. I mean, it's the kind of thing we can do.
Yeah.
Do a lot with the people who were there, and then carry on without them.
Yeah.
Because you're just kind of making things.
But
I mean, it's.
I would definitely be up for doing some Satisfactory sometime and finding a way.
Overthinking and organizing, like processes and things. That's the kind of thing I do just in the day-to-day.
Right.
Like I'm getting up from my desk. I'm gonna go to the loo and I'm going to get a drink. So I should take the glass with me, so that I don't have to go backwards and forwards just to pick it up, and it's the most efficient if I do it in this order. That's just what I do.
The three words, and they all have slightly different meanings, but I oscillate, I fluctuate, or I vacillate is the other word that's popped in.
You vacillate.
Yeah, that sounds the worst of the three. Let's not go with that one. I'm not entirely sure. I'm a linguist in chat is going to say no, Sam, not that one.
Like you do something as a vassal for a king or something.
No, it's a VACILLAT. But basically, I swing wildly between. I will do that. I'll go to the fridge to get stuff to make lunch. And it's like, right, I need to pick up. I want to do this in one trip, so I need to plan ahead everything that I'm doing. I need to take this, all of these things, and I'm going to do this in one. Versus, and this is an example I've given a bunch of times. English here have 17 words to say the same thing. Oh yes, but with such marginally different meanings that it's great fun to play with. The other end, and as I say, this is an example I've given a lot lately, is why I suspect but have yet to seek a diagnosis for that I may have ADHD, because I will look at a thing, again in the kitchen on food prep. I will open a packet for something, and I would take the food out of it, and I would look at that packet and maybe a bit of thin plastic that was on it, and I will think, oh, that plastic needs to go in the bin. And cool, the bin is 3 feet away, and I'll look at it and go, that's a job to do another time. I was like, no, it takes no effort to put that in the bin. Or I'll put a plate down and go, oh, this plate needs to go in the dishwasher. I could put that in the dishwasher. It will take 5 seconds to open the dishwasher, put the plate in it, and close the dishwasher again. And instead, I'm like, that's the thing that needs to happen. Anyway, and it's like, I've started to recognize now that is a thing that I do, and to try and literally have to put a capsule around it and go no, that will take 5 seconds. You can do that, and I'll go to walk downstairs from up here and see oh, there's a beer can on the desk. That can needs to go downstairs so that it can be washed and go into the recycling. And I'd look and go, Okay, well, I can't do that now because I'm busy, but I'll need to do that later. No, literally just pick it up. Sam, pick it up and take it downstairs now. So, okay, good. I'm seeing some solidarity in chat. Forcing yourself to do a thing is so much harder than it should ever be. Yeah, and it's like, and for me, it's literally because because I need to tell myself that it will not take any time or effort to do it. It's like, no, you are going that way. You know you can do it. Why don't you do this? Because it's efficient to do it. Oh yeah, so it is. Okay, then I'm going to do it. But it's the big old executive dysfunction. But
well, I get a little bit of that. It's kind of like the ship. I'm collapsing it all into a big pile of rubbish because it's easier to clean everything at once. So it's like, I'll just let everything get a bit messy, and then I'll have a big clean and put it all away, and it'll be fine. Yeah,
well, I'm like that with Shipbreaker, where like I would have like a little goal where I need to essentially peel the ship in one, like an orange peel. Of like, I'm gonna cut all the bits, and then we just like pull the two, like the inner and the outer, and just like pop it apart like that, and that feels really good and satisfying because you've done a nice clean job. And it's like, why can't I approach every task with the same level of like focus and fussiness? Like why can't I approach everything like this? And yeah, so but it's fascinating to me that I will go between, like you say, like the maximum efficiency optimization thinking of, I'm going from here to there. I don't want to keep running back and forth between these two places. How can I like make this as smooth and quick as possible? No, I refuse to do the thing. And you have ADHD.
That's how you vacillate.
Yep. You try to follow if it takes less than 2 minutes, do it as soon as you notice it needs to be done rule. You hate it, but it helps sometimes. Yeah, but like that's the thing. I can do that when I'm aware of it, but I have to like identify and interrupt that thought process, because I feel like my brain just goes no, and then it's like, that's it. That's not I don't want to think about that because I've looked at it and I've dismissed it as a thing that I need to do, and I need to be able to like sense that that's happening and like cut into it and go, no, stop, wait, no, hang on, what are we trying to stop doing? Just taking a can downstairs? No, we can do that, that's fine. And yeah. I find
that lists are quite
yes,
good for getting myself to do things.
Yeah,
because it's kind of like gamifying it. You get a little, you get a ding when you get to pick off a list. I've got one here. I've got these little whiteboards.
Oh, nice.
I actually bought them ages ago when I was planning to do a Longest John's game show.
Oh, right. Another one.
This was plans before COVID.
Oh, right.
So those plans turned into like the lockdown game show thing.
Nice.
But I was going to do it in person. Everyone would have their whiteboard that they could write down.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
Answers and things. But now I've just got these three little whiteboards that are kind of useful.
All right.
I have one on my fridge.
Oh, okay.
Instead of like, I'm sure a lot of people write like, food to get, like to make a shopping list. I do the opposite. I write down food that I have.
Nice.
On the whiteboard.
I was going to guess that.
I can look at it and go, yes, I can make a thing with this and this and this. Especially things that are in the fridge, so I don't have to open the fridge.
I am, exactly. Like, oh yeah, thank you, Aaron. Yes, Sam was saying you're catching up on Olympic skateboarding. Yes, I'm asking chat to please not spoil. Not that you're threatening to, and I know you're a good lad.
Yes.
Not to spoil Olympic skateboarding, because Lucy and I were catching up on it and we haven't finished yet. So that's cool. But enjoy.
I have my little picture up. It's Britain versus Mexico in some boxing.
Oh, okay. But yeah, no, I am, the kitchen I'm dreadful for, because I will buy stuff, I will put it in the cupboard, I'll put it in the fridge, and as soon as that door shuts, it doesn't exist anymore. I don't know what I have. I am, on one level it's great, because I'm frequently surprised by the things that past Sam bought. I'll open the fridge and go, oh yeah, I've got that, great, I can enjoy that. And then you get the, oh, I bought that, now it's gone bad. It's like 8 days out of date. Well, yes. And so, yeah, no, I was going to guess that you had like a whiteboard up on top of the fridge, up on the fridge floor, telling you what is in there, because that's then a way to communicate that information without the mental barrier of a door that needs to be opened. And I'll just look at it and like, I don't need to open this door. This is fine.
But it's also I get my fruit and veg box.
Oh yeah.
Every other week, so I try to use all that without losing anything to rot. And,
oh yeah.
So last couple of days I made beetroot and carrot burgers.
Oh, nice. Okay.
A chunk of them with garlic spinach and some pickled stuff.
Yeah. The one I need to make again, although I've lost the recipe and I completely lost all memory of the ratio, was so you sort of, well, they were billed as like sweet potato burgers. They never really took on like a solid enough burger texture, but
right.
it's essentially like you'd cube up a bunch of sweet potato. I'm trying to think. I think you like oven roasted it to make it soft, and in a pan you'd fry up like onion with a bunch of like spices like curry powder and stuff. So you so do that, and then you'd like just mash the onions and the sweet potato with some butter beans, and you just make like a big chunky bowl of like sweet potato butter bean curried onion mash, and then just mush that up into balls and bung those back in the oven, and it's really good.
It's so good.
It's all good things. Amras, meanwhile, you passed at least 3 rioters on the way home from work, and you had to send out some crisis emails basically warning staff not to go to various places at various times. No, we were talking about that all earlier. So, firstly...
Yeah, there was I saw footage of people, they basically set up a checkpoint in the road, and they were just kind of looking at the windows to see the colour of the person driving the car and then smashing some of them up.
Right. It's... Yeah. But yeah, no, there's no worries talking about that. We were discussing it earlier where, you know... Yeah. That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of people at work who are on visas and they're understandably very scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, several have already had some awful experience. It doesn't move the needle on the dial at all, but I'm really sorry to hear that. That sucks.
As long as they know people like you to represent that it's, definitely not all British people.
Yeah, I mean...
Imagine people in, who are, I don't know, maybe at the hotels who haven't really, met many British people or people in their own communities, and these people are not a good set of ambassadors for the rest of the country.
Yeah. I mean, it's the sort of thing it's the sort of thing I low-key worry about, just even around here, like just popping up the road to the shops of what if I just happen to walk past, some, how politely can I put this? Let's just say some white supremacist who's starting a fight, and it's like that is effectively my responsibility if I see something like that to go and step in, and it would be someone who is themselves in harm's way because some bigot is up in their face accusing them of, even if right or wrong, just trying to start violence, and it's like that's going to be on me as frankly quite a large white guy to try and step in the way and try and intervene and quell a situation like that. And it's like that's just my thought. It's like, if I'm going up to the shops, that's the sort of thing that I could encounter now, because we're just gloves off on that and everyone's going for it. So it's like that sucks that's the political climate in the country at the moment, and I hate that.
I do sometimes daydream about basically having the excuse to let's say teach teach some of these bigots a lesson. Like,
Yeah.
you know, whether I could or not. But it's like I know, like in these situations, more violence is not the answer.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, like I
definitely feel good to do it.
Yeah, well this is my big conflict. It's like I get that power fantasy. I understand the whole like the essentially, boy, it'd be really good just to, you know, weapons free, target rich environment, just like here's a bunch of bigots that you can freely wade into, and here's your baseball bat, go have fun. Rage room.
I just
style.
realised that I sold all of the stuff I was meant to hand in for a contract. So I've just quit the game without saving, and I think I can just roll back.
Brave. We'll see.
I might be able to roll back a few minutes.
Nice. I hope so. But yeah, like I get that. I understand that. And that, I think, is almost like loops me back to, it's another Cracked article by, you know, one of my favorite writers, Jason Pargin, used to write under the pseudonym David Wong, who, like, former editor of Cracked, and wrote a lot of very insightful, very well-educated stuff about all sorts of, like, different facets of human behavior. And on that, I'm going to badly reference Pulp Fiction, because in an ironic twist, I've only ever really seen Pulp Fiction out of order. I have never actually sat down from start to finish and watched the film from start to finish.
I think you meant out of order by the way that there's like a time jump in it.
There is.
Yeah.
Because literally the film starts in the middle, gets to...
Yeah, that's like you've watched it in the wrong order, which is like the second half and then the first half.
Well, kind of. I've only ever, like... I've started watching it and watched bits, and I think I've seen the entirety of the film, but not as the film is delivered in its, like, starts to end runtime.
Sure, okay.
So I've only ever seen bits. But this is about there's like a specific scene in it, I think, where John Travolta's character, is it Vince Vega?
Vincent.
Vincent, yeah.
Vincent,
Where he's talking to, I've forgotten the name of Samuel L. Jackson's character.
Victor and
and that's
Vincent and
yeah. I mean that's kind of by the by, because basically he's talking to him about, is it like there's been someone who's been like vandalizing his car or something? He's talking about like there's basically it's like there's someone that keeps vandalizing my car, and he says,
I don't remember that bit.
No, okay, maybe I thought it was Pulp Fiction. It's like it's a Tarantino style, like just by the by conversation. They're just having a chat, and what he says about this is, I wish I could catch him doing it.
Yeah.
Which this is like the reference point that is given. Good night, Squirrel. Thank you for being here. He says, I wish I could catch him doing it, and that. Basically, like, anger and violence feels good.
Mm-hmm.
It does. Like, I feel like if that is something that's very difficult to argue against if you have ever felt angry or violent. That doesn't mean to say, like, it is good. It's not a good feeling to feel, but in the moment, it does feel good. And I think I'm just gonna get all like I'm trying to think who's the crappy podcaster guy, Joe Rogan, about this.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, that's the one. I feel like there are scientific studies that basically equate it to a similar high to like cocaine and stuff. Basically, anger and violence gets you high. And it's that feeling of like, he doesn't wish that he could stop it from happening. He wants to catch him doing it, so he's then free to be violent. And like you've caught someone doing it, you've caught the home invader. It's 2 a.m, you've got a shotgun, there's someone in your house, ka-chick, let's go. It's that feeling of like wanting the impunity, the freedom to just get violent on someone. And I get that.
I mean, I don't quite have that. It's more.
No, I get. And I'm not saying,
being
Dave, you want to go
annoyed
kill
at-
people. Yes.
No, it's being annoyed at these specific people.
Yes. Yeah.
And in
And it's,
normal circumstances, there's nothing I can do.
no, exactly.
stop
It's
them,
more
really.
focused. It's like, yeah, you feel pretty powerless against it. But if you found yourself in a situation where, well, maybe there's a bat in your hand, and some people, you wouldn't feel entirely bad about it. And
Also,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe at the point like if I can get beaten up, or maybe just punched in the face whilst in the process of a fight, maybe
yeah,
someone else who couldn't take it as well, or I mean even like the specific situation of you said like being a guy and just being a bit bigger,
yeah,
but also like my specific like privilege of I don't have like a job I have to go to. I'm not gonna lose a job for anything. If I get injured, I don't have to take time off work,
yeah.
that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right, Llama. Let's be real. Some people do deserve a bat in the face. They do, but my problem, my hesitation there is always, it's who should be the one to decide who gets a bat
Who
in
bats
the
the
face.
batsman?
Yeah, who bats the batsman, right? It's like, and like there are inarguably people who deserve it. There are people who will not be stopped by anything short of violence. This isn't some World War II was an unjust war and it could have been dissolved democratically by elections and sanctions. Like, no, there comes a point where violence is necessary, but
Yeah.
there are also a lot of people who just want violence, who like because it feels good, because it feels right. You see, like they do that to us, so I should be okay to do that to them, and that is dangerous thinking to me. Frankly, this will get me labelled a centrist white male.
By the way, just Sam, as you're making your serious point, you do still have writing on your face.
I know. Subscribe to longestjohnsgaming.com.
When this is clipped and put on TikTok,
No!
Everyone will see the words.
Piss. I mean, I've also got Chilliteracy there right next to me, so my entire the entire thing's going to collapse. People who want your family to be treated like subhumans have zero care about what happens. Yes, I agree, and I want to be clear. None of this is like I am not saying go hug a Nazi. I am not saying that, and I want to be clear. But I hope that's coming across. I hope I've earned like enough understanding to say that. I shouldn't have to clarify that. But it's like I feel like there are times when like an escalation of violence isn't necessarily the best way to approach.
Yeah, you're not going to change anyone's minds by beating
Yeah.
up a Nazi
Yeah,
for the most part.
yeah. There's
But
like
maybe you'll protect someone by doing it.
yes, exactly, and
it's
that's the judgment call. Like and my point is like what makes that difficult to decide. Okay, yeah, no worries, Armor. I figured we were good, but I'm aware that this is a highly toxic material to be handling. This is extremely radioactive, and I want to be like super cautious with it. That's how I view these sorts of subjects. It's like you are handling radioactive material, and you need to treat it with the due respect. We absolutely don't advocate starting violence, but punching Nazis is practice, and you will stand by that. Agreed. The problem comes when, like, again, who gets to decide who we're calling Nazis? Yes, if they're like, you get the people throwing the salutes, wearing the armbands, advocating white power and stuff like that in the streets. Yeah, those are Nazis. Fill your boots, go ham. But a lot of time, I feel like on social media, there's also just like, we've had a recent election in the UK. You've had a Labour government who is left of conservative, but still, frankly, pretty central to the right of centre. And so I will see people advocating that, if you voted for Labour, like or every bad thing that's happened since is your fault, is your responsibility. That blood is on your hands. You've got the whole, people love the Nazi bar analogy for Twitter, for instance. The whole the story that people love to tell, the quoted one of a guy goes into a bar, seemingly told us a true story, Guy goes into a bar, he's sat there, the bartender's not talking to him, and it just seems kind of standoffish and stuff. Another guy comes in, sits down next to him, starts talking to him, and they're chatting quite friendly. And then the bartender comes over.
I know this one. He says, "Why the long face?"
Yes, exactly. It's a horse.
Yeah.
No, the bartender comes over to the other guy that's come in and just goes, "Get out." Just sends him straight out. And I think, I don't know, possibly in one telling of it, like, picks up a shotgun. It's like, "Get out, or I will shoot you." And the person who's telling the story is like, "Yo, that's a pretty strong response. What happened?" And the bartender goes, "You didn't see his t-shirt. That was a Nazi t-shirt. Not like swastika, but, you know, some kind of, like, I don't know, Iron Cross or whatever the hell it is. Some kind of very obvious Nazi symbolism on his t-shirt." And it's like, you know, I told him to get out because I clocked that immediately, and I do not want those people in here. Fine, good. Like, don't welcome and encourage Nazis and fascists and white supremacists into your space. Make them unwelcome, chase them out. That's good. And it's like, because once you get one in, all the rest come in too, and they start bringing friends, and then soon enough, this place is a Nazi bar. And I want to make a joke about some kind of chocolate bar, but this isn't the time for it. So, and it's like, so people love that analogy for Twitter, right? Because frankly, Twitter is run by an absolute god-awful person with the worst views and is intent on spreading those views. And is extremely welcome to Nazis. Not sugarcoating it, that's what they are. And white supremacists and fascists. Mm-hmm. And so what you see from that is the extrapolation of, if you also inhabit this space, if you are someone who doesn't follow those views, but you still post on Twitter, for instance, because you have options, you could leave, you could delete your account, you could go somewhere else. But if you continue to post on there, and so by extension you support there, what you are doing is posting/drinking in a Nazi bar, and that makes you someone who is complicit, and so therefore I can also make you a Nazi too, and that means I can punch you. And I see that extrapolation a lot, and it never quite makes me comfortable, because at a point it always feels like someone who just wants to go punching and is looking for targets. And I don't know, I like, yeah, the right people need to be punched, but we need to hit the right people is essentially where I go from.
I mean, the immediate approximation that comes to mind is calling someone anti-Semitic for saying Gazan children shouldn't be bombed. That's the sort of thing where obviously everybody agrees anti-Semitism is bad.
Yes.
But if you're equating it to something that is not specifically that, then, you know, that's your associating with Nazis type thing.
Yeah. And I agree with what Andy Vance just said. The thing is, ultimately, lines can and must be drawn. I agree. I completely agree. But I feel like, kind of along those lines, it is real easy to assume, like, well, we're good people. I'm a good person. Dave's a good person. Everyone in chat's a good person. So therefore, we get to be the arbiters on what's right and who's good and who's bad. And why is that? Because we know that we're right. Because we believe the good things and we want the good people to be well and the bad people to be bad. And this isn't to say we're the same. This isn't some, like, moderate centrist. Both sides are the same because we believe we're good and they believe they're good. So who's to say? Obviously, there are lines you can draw. There are very easy lines that you can draw in this to say, well, clearly this is the good side and that's the bad side. But it always makes me concerned when there are people who, because people can exist on both sides who do just want violence, who do just want fights. I mean, I'm sure J.K. Rowling wouldn't describe herself as a conservative. She would probably describe herself as pretty liberal. But she also holds some pretty awful views. Yeah. But, you know, like, this is my problem. It's like, we need lines, we need divisions.
I mean, I actually have kind of quite specific views about basically good people and bad people.
Yeah.
In that I don't think there is really a thing of people being good or bad.
Yeah.
It's everyone has the capacity for both, and it's about what actions you take.
Yeah.
And quite often, people use both arguments, like either saying, "Oh, I'm a good person, therefore, if I do bad things, that's not really who I am. That doesn't represent me,"
Yes.
or "I'm a bad person, therefore I just do bad things."
Yeah, I
That's
can't
just how
help
it
but do
is.
bad things because that's who I am. And yeah,
when
or
everybody who does good and bad things has the choice to do either.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna endlessly cite Jason Parkin articles. It seems people who blame. I think it began with like, do you the reader believe in demonic possession? Yes or no? Do you believe in demonic possession? And it's like, no, obviously. No, okay. So when you get someone who has gotten drunk and done something bad, there's any number of awful things that someone can do, like bad things that someone can do, will do when drunk, and then go, oh well, I was drunk, so that's not that's not me, that's not my responsibility because I was drunk. And it's like, okay, so why do you drink then? Like you have the capacity to stop that from happening. If you're saying like you lose control when you are drunk, then it's on you to stop that from happening before you lose that control. Like you need to like, yeah, it's not a demon doing this. You are in charge of this yourself, and you need to like you need to stop yourself from before this happens. You knew a fellow who should absolutely not be on the source ever. Couldn't trust him when he was drunk. Landed in prison for 6 months. Yeah, it's like you are in control of this. Maybe when you're drunk, like those inhibitions are gone, and you're going to do the things. So then you have to stop yourself before you get drunk. Like that's the control you have to exert over yourself.
Yeah.
And yeah, binding back a long rant of Alcoholics Anonymous talk. Okay, is this in line with what we're saying, or is this like in disagreement? Because I mean, either's fine. Like if it's not something you want to get into, Andy Vanson, that's completely fine. But I mean, yeah, feel free to go for it too. It's your discretion if you want to or not. Yeah. I forgot where we were previously before I grabbed that mic and started talking. Oh no.
You were clicking.
I was clicking. I'm doing
hammering.
TLDR, what people do is their own responsibility. Blaming their mood or being drunk or anything like that is making excuses. It doesn't fly. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like there is, I guess it's, yeah, I believe that there are in the history of the world some people who could truly be defined as monstrous, but it is far, far rarer and far fewer and far between. To like, I feel like so often we've created monsters to make ourselves feel better. So that we can see someone do something truly abhorrent in the news, something awful, like something truly dreadful, or something that's like a little bit removed from what we would do, and we can just go, oh good grief, they're a monster. Like that's a horrible person, that is a monster. And like blaming alcohol for it. It's like, well, it wasn't me, I was drunk. It wasn't me, I was any number of things that I don't have responsibility for because it's not me. That was that. And it's like another stage of that, of like, well, they're a monster. That person did some truly atrocious things. They did some horrible, horrible stuff. You're a mass murderer, you're a serial killer. Oh good grief, that's monstrous. Couldn't be me though, because I'm just a person. I'm not a monster. I'm not capable of that. And yeah, I agree that by and large we have to actually accept that most people are capable of doing very good or very bad things, and you have to. The Banality of Evil by Hannah Arendt talks about that. It's a great book. I can believe it. I may need to look that up. Exactly, there's some people failed and keep failing to learn from the Nuremberg trials. Yeah, it's like there is any one of us is tragically capable of great good or great evil. and again, I feel like probably you have to make an exception for some people who are just like truly evil, but it is a far rarer, far less common thing than we like to make out when you look at
there's
the
also
news.
like psychological conditions where people do struggle to actually know the difference.
Yeah.
But for every one of them who is, a Jeffrey Dahmer,
Yeah.
there are those with the same condition who also just live perfectly normal lives.
Yeah.
Because they have a way to cope with it.
Yeah.
So whilst it can be said that there's, some people were, maybe made to be evil. There's also people who could have been that way but weren't.
Yeah.
And therefore it's always somewhat a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Andy. But the Nazis weren't uniquely monstrous people. They did normal things like everyone else who did horrible, horrible things. Like, that's... Yeah, there's always a danger when you start dehumanizing people. Even the worst person you can think of is still a human being, and it's important to remember that. Whatever horrible things they did, it's not because they're evil monsters and thinking of them as something incompatible with human nature does no one any good. And I think, again, like it's from the perspective of like... even like dehumanizing, not to make them worse but to make us better, to put some distance between us and them. It's like, well, yeah, the monster did the awful thing. The monster, well, they were always going to do that because they're monstrous. It was in them from the start by any other means that you care to blame. It's like, but that's the monster, that's the person. But it couldn't be me. I'm normal. I'm human. So therefore I'm good in my core. And like I feel like, we need more media that recognizes. I could go and grab a book. Back on book time. Back on.
Sam's going to read a book.
No, because the book's full of words that I'm not going to say. This book is full of spiders. Seriously, dude, don't read it or don't open it. By Jason Pargin, David Wong, which is essentially a book about that concept of it in the most hyperbolic, absurd, heavy-handed way, but about the notion that essentially anyone around you could, as the book puts it, monster out. Like, basically, people are infected with, like, kind of a mostly invisible little hidden spider thing that takes over their brain, but they don't know that they've been affected by it, and you, as someone who's not them, can't really tell they've been affected by it, except that at any point they could suddenly flip out and just start killing things around them with monstrous strength. And it's an extremely heavy-handed way of saying, like, this is the society that we have to actually live in and accept that we live in, that anyone around us is capable of truly acts that we would call monstrous, but aren't, but don't. We people can build bombs and blow up buildings and level cities, but we don't. We have cities that are evidence that this doesn't happen. It happens occasionally, sadly, tragically, but it's not a constant thing. We have a society. We live in a society. We live in a society, exactly, that actually, by and large, has structures and rules that people abide by, because we are, in fact, social. We do generally trend towards working for the betterment of each other, and recognize that when we work together and pull in the same direction, things get better. And you kind of have to hope that will get us by, and not like hope that it will get us by and so put up your feet and do nothing, but recognize that actually putting in the work and pulling in that direction and trying to do your own bit to make for a better society, that others will come along with you.
TLDR, punching Nazis. No, that's maybe sometimes.
Well, but punch Nazis. Yeah, that. This isn't something like, oh no, because it's very easy to take that as a. But what about their feelings? No, screw their feelings. It's a punch Nazis. Don't feel bad about punching a Nazi. However, punching Nazis alone will never mean
no Nazis.
Yes.
Even if they all die, the people will come after them
Yeah.
because they've been martyred or whatever,
Yeah.
and yeah, it will continue. However, changing their minds, if possible, understanding that some people will basically never change their minds,
Yeah.
should be the priority.
Yeah. Yeah. There will always be times when violence is necessary, when like physical confrontation is the only resolution to a situation, to a conflict. And so none of this is some like, well, if you see a Nazi threatening someone who they're accusing of being an immigrant or whatever, then you should just go over and talk to them and like listen, hear them out. No, they're not there to be heard out. They're there for violence, and if that's the only way it's going, then that's the way it has to be resolved. But changing your biggot's mind is a luxury, though. People like your family, and even you, though you're white passing, if they know that you're not white, they don't have the luxury. Yes, and again, this isn't a everyone should follow this, everyone should be like this. Like this is, I guess, almost speaking to the privileged, right? It's people like me who also just want to like take up arms, just go punching, just get swinging into a crowd, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
I perhaps have the luxury, the shield of privilege, to be able to, like, maybe, I don't know, push myself into that situation and be like, you know, try and change some minds before it gets to violence. I don't know. I hope. Maybe that's naive. Maybe it's ignorant as hell. But, yeah, it's like, I don't know, this very serious discussion happened while I have that text on my face. It's either a masterstroke or just the worst thing I've ever done. I don't know. We'll find out, maybe. Yeah. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like things like defensive violence is almost always justified
yes.
to protect, you know, other people or yourself.
Yeah.
It's like it's you put your baby's mask on before your own. Think of I don't know if that analogy works. Hang on, I'll make it work. Let me
Let's
think.
it through. Okay.
The oxygen is reasonable society, and no, hang on.
Do you need to crack out the MS Paint, start doing some diagrams?
The oxygen is peace. The baby is people who are less fortunate for whatever reason. The plane crash is the Nazi. You are the mother.
Car door, man, hook, hand, what the hell? I don't know. What? Where are we go? I don't know, Dave. What? Remind me what you're drinking and how strong it is.
Not very much, but that analogy got away from me.
Sub to Longest John's game for deep philosophical discussions on the validity of anti-fascist. Here's the thing. Again, I want to be clear. Like, anti-fascist violence is not. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not calling it a bad thing. What I'm saying is, like, be mindful of the ringleaders that you are listening to, because there are some people who just want violence, and it is, to me, I feel naive to assume that our side, whichever, like, out, and I'm deliberately being vague when I say our side, because everyone thinks of what you believe as our side. Like, our side is the good and justified and right side that is only capable of good violence, and that anyone who's not our side is the rightful recipient of our violence, and so therefore we're right and justified, and that feels like a bad path to try and take. There will always be people who deserve to be punched. I said earlier, like, there's a gif of Tommy Robinson being punched in the face. It's great. Yeah. Tommy Robinson is someone who deserves to be punched in the face. I'm not going to argue against that. I
think it's partly the bad person, bad acts argument. Like, zero tolerance for fascism, for racism.
Yeah.
But a fascist and a racist could be someone who's just been fed that their whole lives, could potentially change their mind, become an ally.
Yeah.
So
it's
if they're doing a fascist or racist act, by all means stop them by whatever means necessary. But if you can talk to them, it might work out.
Yeah, like that's like sometimes it is the first option. Sometimes violence is happening and you need to respond physically. But I feel like there are times that I have seen people. There are times that I have seen people change mind and change path, who, by conventional wisdom, are people who should have been punched. People who logic says they're a bad person, they're from the other side because they've exhibited these bad attitudes, and so therefore we need to get up in their face and just punch them out. And I have seen people change their minds because of a conversation, because of a discussion, because of a friend getting up in their face and going, "Hey, that's not cool. Here's why." I've seen it happen so many times. I mentioned earlier, right? I was brought up in a very very conservative, very Christian household. I was taught like American Christian fundamentalist education for like a good 13, 14 years of my life. I truly hate some of the attitudes that I've held in the past, but over time I have changed my mind. I have seen better opinions, and I have decided for myself I don't like these things that I've internalized. I want to be better. I want to do better. And I feel like if I'd had someone punching me in the face for that, probably wouldn't have changed my mind as well. And so this is where I'm coming from on this. It's like, not if all you give yourself is if all you give yourself is a hammer, every problem starts to look like a nail. And I feel like there are other ways that you can handle this that don't result in minorities getting beaten, because gonna keep saying there are times when you have to square up and get physical, but there are other ways to address this too. A friend of yours was raised in a very fundamentally American Christian cult and got out of that way of thinking because of gay fan fiction. gay fan fiction saves lives. Yep, there you go. Nice.
Yep. John Locke is a powerful drug.
John Locke?
John Locke is fan fiction shipping John Watson and Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, right.
As a gay couple.
Right, I thought you meant... Isn't the guy from Lost called John Locke?
He is called John Locke. He's named after the philosopher John Locke.
Right.
Which is also another thing.
John Locke, not John Locke. Oh, yeah, obviously, the distinction wasn't really communicated by...
Yeah. Not John Locke, not John Locke, John Locke.
Tumblr, we need to talk. AO3, we need to talk.
Yeah.
Please see me in my office. We need to have a word.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Wow, this one went places, didn't it? It's sort of resurfacing for a second to be like, yo, what?
Yeah, well, hard times create hard podcasts.
That's not going to be the motto. Yeah, okay. How's the clicker going? Oh, we've got some towers on our planet.
Mm-hmm. I've upgraded my hammer to, I think, the max.
All right, nice.
Big hammer.
Oh, it hits more in one. Good.
Yep.
Yeah, as people, I don't know if anyone's actually been paying attention to the game at all. You may be noticing something of a potato theme.
Okay.
Like potato,
Space potatoes.
pro potato, Spudnik, potato plant, Tater Tower. It's worth the price of admission. Well, good. I'm glad. That's the goal. Well,
It was free.
yeah.
What the hell?
Well, shut up.
Spam them.
I mean, first thing, yeah, so long as you don't regret your time here. Secondly, so long as I don't accidentally go and unthinkingly say something deeply offensive to a bunch of people that I then have to address everything big red hour apologize for. Like I'm pretty certain and confident that I don't hold the kind of views that would make me say that, but also sometimes I'm not entirely thinking too far ahead of what I'm saying, and I've not like racist offensive stuff, but I've said things unthinking that have made people go like, what did I say? Oh, you shouldn't have, like the example that jumps to mind was when I probably told this story before, not long out of university with what was really at the time basically a fancy web design degree, and I went into this is the office where my dad works, because they wanted a website, or that like their website redesigned, and it was like, oh, I know someone, my son can come in and design a website for you because he now has a degree in this, and like, oh great, yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Nepo baby Sam, web designer.
Yep, that was me at the 22, 23, something. Yeah, I was a baby.
Nice.
But went in and was like, in the middle of the office, surrounded by everyone else, having a conversation with one of the owners. It was a small business. This wasn't like, it was talking to my dad's boss, but not like my dad's boss, like that kind of thing. But just having a chat to one of the owners, just kind of informal. Like, okay, so what do you want for the website? You want these pages? Okay, sure. And the question came up of him asking me, like, how long do you think it'll take? And I just immediately shot back with, well, when would you like it by? And everyone in the room just went, ooh. And I was like, what? This seemed just like a perfectly fine question for me. Even now, I'm like, was that really that bad? Like, just it wasn't like a challenge or anything. It wasn't like, oh yeah, mate, I'll do it whenever. It was just like, when it like I don't know. I've never done this before, so I just kind of want to know how much urgency you have on this job. But apparently, that was like a real over the line remark. Like he was fine. He laughed it off. But it's just that I will always remember that kind of teeth suck reaction in the room of like, ooh, I can't believe you just said that. And I'm like, what? And so like ever since then, I've always been paranoid of just anything that I'm saying, that I might accidentally just whoops step over a line that I don't even know exists. Lami, you don't get why it's bad? Right, me neither. And that's why, have I misremembered it? Did I say something else? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that was the exchange. And
I mean, when do you need it by is a legitimate question for like a contractor or whatever.
Yeah, like that's what. Right, okay, good. I'm not the only one that's confused by it. Like it seemed like a perfectly legit question, but apparently this was like, no. Not to him. He was fine, but just the response from everyone, like, "Ooh, can't believe you just said that. Like, I don't know what I did wrong." So, yeah, that's why I've always been like cautious, because frankly, if you're not intending to say something wrong, you're probably not going to know that you've said it until you've said it, and then you gauge the reaction, and by that point, you can't unring that bell. So, great way to make people paranoid of talking. Yes. Which is just as well that I do it now on the internet. There's a constant rolling archive of it for everyone to reference at any point that they like.
But again, yeah, we have a very special privilege, on top of our race, gender, all of that.
Beards.
We don't have proper jobs, therefore.
True. Yes, technically I can't get. Well, actually, no, I can get fired from my job.
Fired, yeah.
Yeah, I could absolutely. I have a job that I could lose. There'd
have to be pretty significant backlash.
Well, yes, but I not to brag. But I could absolutely say something awful on the Longest John's account if I wanted to, which I don't.
Nice.
Because I don't want to do that, and I don't want to say awful things, for one. But I could absolutely get myself fired from that if I so chose. I don't. Because I don't want to. But for multiple reasons. But the intrusive thought, exactly, is like, ooh, I could do that, though.
There are things that, like, aren't awful at all, are, like, inherently true.
Yes.
But as a public-facing band,
yeah,
they wouldn't necessarily say. Like, I mean, the example is no one clip this and send it to Xi Jinping, but it's like I think the band would agree that Taiwan is a country that should have its independence, and I think a lot of people in the public light have that opinion. However, if you say it publicly, and you're like an actor who has films that need to do well in China, then you get in trouble. So if you'd never said anything, you could have had that view and it would be fine.
Plausible deniability.
If you say it publicly, then you either have to forego any income from China, or you have to, like, publicly withdraw the statement and say it isn't.
Yes.
The person who comes to mind is John Cena.
Right, okay.
Who said Taiwan was a country and then did this. I mean, he speaks, like, really good Mandarin.
Yeah.
So he's clearly invested in China.
Yeah.
But he said Taiwan was a country at one point and then had to do this groveling apology video.
Yeah, and like I think I've heard a very similar example cited recently of it. Yeah, it's like just in so many situations. I mean, frankly, in a guy who only plays Dota 2, which isn't true, categorically untrue. But there was a situation like that in the Dota 2 pro scene a few years ago, where a player, and obviously like Russia's invasion of Ukraine is still ongoing, but this was a Russian player who, in a professional match, drew a big Z on the map in the game, where everyone could see him do it. And this is a kid. He would have been like 17, 18, and frankly, who among us hasn't been a massive dumbass at 17 or 18 and done something that in our later years we would regret? But he did this in a professional match where everyone could see it. And if he'd done nothing, would have been fine. This isn't to say like he agrees with or disagrees with the war. For those that don't know, like I guess it's still a thing, I don't know, but like a Z became sort of an endorsement symbol of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and I'm phrasing it like that deliberately. And because war implies like, oh, it's both sides, who could say? But it's an aggressive action. But because he did that, it then becomes a thing you have to address, and it's like, it's still much very thing. Cool. Yeah, no worries, Angeline. And so, once you do that, it's a bell you can't unring. It's an opened box. You now have to either express that you agree with it or you're against it, and if you agree with it, that's one group of people you've pissed off. If you're against it, that's another group of people you've pissed off who might likely throw you out of a window. So, like, it was toe to tip an incredibly ill-conceived thing for him to do, regardless of his opinions. And somehow he still has a career in the sport. But yeah, it's like, it's as you say, if you just don't do anything, if you don't engage with it, it is a soft option. It is like the milquetoast, non-committal, halfway, plausible deniability, like, oh, maybe I do, maybe I don't, kind of thing. But as soon as you put a flag up, then like, suddenly,
you could be publicly like very left-leaning and say, I think you probably know my opinions on this, and people could infer exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
But if you say it specifically, then
let's take a look at Tenacious D.
Yeah.
I mean, no worries.
That matters less to us.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, we are currently on an American-based website,
Yeah.
but
I
it's not
mean-
like we're deriving a lot of income from the States.
No, but I mean, I don't know, like a genuine thought that I have to, again, going back to like Longest John's social media and stuff like that, a genuine thought that I have to bear in mind is like I'm pretty much only I don't go to them for approval for stuff that I post up unless I am conscious of like maybe something that I'm considering doing. I'm like, hey, what do you guys think about this? But that happens pretty rarely, mainly because I don't want something to just like pass through a committee and then you have to go through 1,000 edits to achieve the same goal. But
When it's mostly like these gig dates, and this new
gig dates,
video.
it's like the wording of it and stuff like that. But for instance, if I were to say make a statement about the current political situation in America,
Yeah.
I then they're like literally scrolling through accounts that follow them on Twitter, there will be like MAGA screaming Donald Trump fans who follow the band on Twitter. And firstly, it isn't for me even like a financial consideration of like, oh no, if I were to like, you know, if I were to make some joke about Trump getting shot at or something on there, just like an offhand remark.
What's that? You're making a joke about Trump getting shot at, Sam?
No, I'm not. But that, like,
I deliberately try and get you in trouble now.
I know, thank you. I have to be conscious of possible repercussions for that, and there's a lot. And so, like, that's a thing that I have to bear in mind in the job that I have. And so it's and that's the thing. It's like like you say, it's frustrating because obviously, like, if you do plant a flag and you say, these are our views, these are our attitudes, this is what we think, and I try to do that. I try, like, not in a way that's actually going to get them, frankly, shot at or anything like that, but it's like you have to, you can't just like coast by doing nothing and expressing no opinions and views. But at the same time, there is a sense of like, once you make a strong declaration and a strong opinion, that then becomes thing that people can focus on and argue back and forth about. And there's a lot of places that can go that you can't control, and that's quite scary. So, yeah,
it's like you could be like a very publicly left-leaning band with outspoken opinions on everything you believe, and not have any right-wing fans. Or you can just be a band that makes good music, and then maybe when one of your fans who is right-wing discovers you're very left-wing, maybe they take a look at your opinions and rethink what they think about stuff.
Rage Against the Machine,
because they already look up to you, at least in a superficial way, or just
like that,
like your music.
And there is that element, like, again, this is like back on talking about me and the attitudes that I used to hold versus the attitudes that I hold now, and that shift will have come from looking up to people in all sorts of parts of my life, on like peers that I looked up to in social groups, in communities and forums, that are lecturers and teachers that I've had over the years, who have just embodied their attitudes and put them out there and shown that, oh, actually this is cool and this is fun, and it runs counter to the grain that I was raised with, but it's like, oh, this is okay, actually, this is cool and this is good, I like this, or I like this person, I want to earn their respect and their admiration. How do I do that? Oh, by exhibiting more of these views. And that's why it's important to still hold those views, to embody them and to put them out there, and not just be like, no, we have to protect them. And it's not from any financial consideration. And like that, and so my hope is that, like, through like here in longestjohns.com/twitch.tv.
It's that way around.
Yep, exactly. But like in these community spaces, my hope is that there are people who have perhaps come in with more conservative views and seen a community that welcomes people and includes the kind of people that they might not like, and actually have gone, not just there will have been, there have actively been people that we have had to ban from the community for like running up against that and like getting angry and upset about it and trying to fight back against it. But my hope is that there have also been people who have come in and seen pronouns in bios and rainbow flags and bits like that, and actually gone, well, you know what, if I have to adapt to like inhabit this space for this band that I like and that I look up to and these people, then I'm going to do that. And my hope is that we have changed minds. I don't know that we have. It's a very difficult thing to gauge, but that's my hope, that is a way that you can do that.
Even if it's not like a whole, oh, this band is antithetical to my beliefs, I will reevaluate my beliefs and change them. Or it's just one of a little, thought in their head that adds up to a bunch of other things.
Yeah. It's probably not going to be instant. It might take place over a long amount of time. But the way you behave on here and on Discord is significantly toned down from what you actually think on several topics. Probably say. I feel, maybe? I don't know. You subscribe to the Never Have Social Media with Your Full Name philosophy. Nice. Yeah. No. No, I made the mistake of, I was actually...
Yes, good job, Sam Darley. I think you should consider that yourself.
Well, no, it's quite funny because Andy Pants, who maintains the wiki, was doing some research, and this is not a challenge to people. Genuinely, if you go trying to search me up, I will ban you. But Andy Pants trying to essentially stalk people for adding out more information on the wiki, and came back to me with Sam, you're really hard to stalk. I'm like, oh, I've not tried to engineer that, but I'll take it.
Anybody who wants to know private details about Sam, email me.
Dave does not know my private details. I'm telling you now, this is a pyramid scheme. Dave wants to sell you NFTs. He does not know my private secret details.
I don't know your address. I know roughly where it is.
Right. That does not get you any of my history.
No, you're right. I don't know anything. You're from somewhere near.
I've talked about that. I'm from roughly, near
that one that JD always uses as a character name. Stanton Hardcore.
Let's phrase it this way because it's fun. I'm from within spitting distance of David Cameron, where he used to be.
Wherever David Cameron is in the world currently, that is where Sam is from.
It's sort of
California.
a curse. I'm from ancient Greece. I know. Well, Amos, you doing more references that I don't get. We're back to that. There was a brief period where I got the things you were saying, and now we're back off it. I should spit in that direction. Actually, that's the joke I was making.
Everybody should be within spitting distance of David Cameron
at all times. If we
hydrated to keep the levels of fluid up.
If we work hard enough and coordinate, I'm pretty sure we can keep up a constant, steady stream of spit on David Cameron until the end of time, like pissing on Thatcher's grave.
Yeah. Or you're gonna get cancelled for.
Oh no, this is just in reference to someone else's joke. This is blame the Scots. That was their joke.
Okay.
Yeah. Scottish Twitter. To be fair, you did later find what you think might be my parents' address. Yeah, no, that checks out. I can... That is sadly all too believable. I'm tempted to say DM it to me and I'll tell you. Well, I know I won't tell you if it's true, but I'm tempted to see what you found out.
You can trust Andy.
Yeah, I do, but I don't want to go confirm and oh yeah, that is great, thanks. And can I just check if this is the number on your debit card? Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't need that. Just give me the 3 numbers on the back.
Yeah, all right. It says here that this is your pin. Is this true?
No, it's this.
Oh, cool.
That's how you get them.
Yep.
It's like almost all recent cybersecurity lapses have been from stuff like that,
Yeah.
and not any kind of hacking.
Yeah.
Social engineering.
Yeah. It's a fun one. You don't have much social media. I don't think you have put your name anywhere. The idea alone makes you nervous. That's probably wise and better. It's one of those sideways-facing Chad memes. A drawing of an ancient character says something sappy, and the sideways-facing Chad responds from a generated voice saying, "Who are you? I am from ancient Greece." Makes no sense, but gets you chuckle. Those are the best memes, though.
Okay.
Yeah, many is the time I've seen a meme and gone, "Wow, this must be based on some. This must be based."
Yeah, it must be based.
Yeah, but this must be based on some kind of deep, obscure lore from some, probably an anime, but maybe a book that I haven't encountered. I'm gonna go looking into it, and you look it up, and it's literally just in, the 5th of June 2013. Tumblr user this name XX73284 whatever uploaded this image. Now it's a meme. Like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. I guess that's just that's the start and end of it. Someone made this, put it up, and this one caught on.
Speaking of memes,
Yeah.
there was a Swedish guy, maybe Paul Volta, I think, who on the podium.
Oh, that's
our new favorite meme, the Turkish shooter pose.
Right. I was thinking when you start talking about male pole vaulters, I thought you meant
he was. I don't think he was Swedish. Was
French
he Swedish?
or I think it's Italian
French,
or French, one or the other. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, he stood on the podium, put his he didn't have pockets, so he had to just tuck it into his shorts.
Just pretend.
Do pistol hand with the other one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm at the point with this ship where this.
No, we aren't, Amras. Sorry.
The point of this ship where the middle bit is absolutely just floating.
Good.
Nothing. Or maybe this bit. Okay. It's maybe being held up by one wall. Let's see if I can knock it all down. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
You've learned many people's legal names over the years. I struggle with that. Where as soon as I know someone's like legal name or something, like for me, I have like my reflex when I know something, when I know information that is not like when I know information that is incorrect, but because like any information that isn't correct is by default incorrect. Or by definition, incorrect. Yeah, wow. Funny that. I know.
Like, take from Sam.
Oh crap! I'll take the branding off. But it's like I don't mean so like if Dave has blonde hair, like this isn't what I'm on about. But it's like I guess a good example is like someone's dead name. If you happen to know someone's dead name like pre-transition and they've changed their name, whenever I'm referring to that, I feel my brain going, "Don't say this. Don't say the name.
Yeah.
Don't." And I'm like, okay, I know I'm not good. This is their name. It's like, yeah, but don't say it. And like, I know, brain, it's fine. Don't say it. And yeah, and it's like my brain is just like screaming at me the thing that I shouldn't say, such that I can feel it like I'm so in danger of tripping up and saying the thing. And it's like, then firstly, obviously, you just apologize. You say, yeah, I'm really sorry. My bad. And you move on with your life. But it's that kind of situation where like when I know something that is incorrect that you don't say, and it's like knowing someone's legal name when they prefer to be referred to by their handle online or something, and it's just like my brain's just going, don't say Dave. Like, I'm not going to say Dave. Don't say Dave.
No, call me Sephiroth XX69.
Yeah, okay. So I'm here with Sephiroth XX69. It's like, don't say Dave. I didn't say Dave. I'm here with Dave.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Similarly, I get that sometimes. Like occasionally I will misgender a cis person just for like misspeaking.
Yeah.
And it's like perfectly normal, we just kind of correct it.
Yeah.
But then if I do that to a trans person, then it's like mortifying. It's like, oh god, do they think I'm a transphobe? Oh no.
Yeah, and like the temptation.
Much more anxiety inducing.
Yeah, like are you? Sorry, looking at your stream, it looks like you're playing Chained Together again. Just all this crap up there.
There's a whole lot of floating stuff again that I didn't have to pull down.
Yeah. There's like trying to not to metagame in D&D but IRL. Yeah, actually that's really good. Yeah. I actually know this, but my character of socially acceptable person does not, so I have to pretend that I don't. Yeah, like that's actually a very good example, like analogy for it. Yeah, and it's like this is the problem. It's like if I didn't have the internal voice screaming at me, don't say this thing, I'd be fine. And like you say, it's like if you do make that mistake, then you want to be like, oh no, I'm so like really overboard on the apologetics. And when really the best way to handle that sort of situation is just be like, yeah, my bad, and move on, and just don't make a big deal out of it. Which happened the other week when I accidentally yelled at the staff in a shop. I'm trying to think which stream it was I told this on.
Okay.
This was a shop not far from here where I was just I was buying my things. I was at the till, and it wasn't a particularly notable exchange with the woman at the till, but you know, like buy the stuff, you know, cash or card. Do you want a receipt? No thanks, I'm good. And just it was fine. It was pleasant. It wasn't like cracking jokes and witty banter or anything like that. It's just, you know, just this small exchange, but pleasant enough. And I've remembered and forgotten what it was I said on the way out, but it was just like just like you know, thanks, have a nice day or something.
Okay.
But the way that I projected it sounded like I had screamed it in rage. Like she was just kind of getting up and going away from the till, and I was bagging up my stuff, and I just sort of half screamed like, have a nice day or something.
Sure.
And she looked round at me like I had just threatened her. And I was like, and she like snapped round, stared at me like I had like just issued a threat, and she was like, is everything okay? And I was like, yeah, it's all fine. And just went. I just got out, because it's like if you stop and try to explain, then suddenly you're wearing the "not involved in human trafficking" t-shirt. It's like, you know, like suddenly I've been in that situation enough times now to know that it only gets worse from here. Like if you try to explain it, no, actually, no, I'm not angry. I'm a good person, really, honestly. I'm chill, I'm good. Please talk to me. I'm nice. That doesn't end well. That ends bad. It ends in the back of a police car. So it's just like, all good, and just go. So yeah, social awkwardness is great. Everyone loves it. We can all relate and identify with that. Good talk.
I'm just harpooning floating
I see
cupboards
that.
and chairs. I'm just trying to grab them before I fall.
I think they briefly, maybe it's still there, had this as like a level in Palia where like we've introduced an assault course, and it is just assets in the sky that you have to jump from piece to piece.
Well, yeah, that was Only Up, the jumpy game.
Oh, also that, yes. Which is Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It. Which I don't think I still have. I had access to it through like the Humble Vault when I was subscribed to them.
Yeah, I think I had it from something, maybe like a itch.io bundle or something.
We should do that on here one time, the both of us.
I mean, those sorts of things they're just like streamer rage bait.
Yeah.
Which is never been that interesting, but playing Chain together with Shadow and Quiet was like, I think the most I've laughed on stream. It was
fair,
so hilarious.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be fun.
Yeah.
I can harpoon some things and not others, and the bits that are floating that I can't harpoon, they're just gonna have to live in the sky.
Yeah.
And hopefully they don't block me using the crane to pull anything out.
Yeah. Just like hands on hips, whistled. I don't know, mate. Someone's gonna have to get those down.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't me. There's more than my job's worth. It's like cutting down a Minecraft tree.
Yeah.
So, what? No physics? No.
They tried with the physics, but definitely misses.
It's a couple of things
some
miss the
things.
tag, yeah.
Yeah.
You get too quiet as you have social anxiety, so your challenge is to actually convince some people that you are not really harmless and listless. I mean, that's, yeah, I guess that's from the other perspective. Or like from the other end of the spectrum.
You have to wear bright colors like
Yeah.
the Animal Kingdom. Like yellow and black stripes.
Just get like some tattoos, maybe a t-shirt with a knife on it, something like that. It's just like, I could kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Angela is feeding the cat so she stops trying to bite you with her non-existent canine teeth. Oh, bless. You are
Does she
food.
have a goofy expression? Because her
Oh,
lips close weirdly over her missing teeth. I love cats that look like that.
yes. Yeah, exactly, Llama. A forehead tattoo that says, I am bad. Je suis mal.
Mhm.
Like, ooh.
Bad
So-
at what?
Who knows?
just like
Bad at being good. Yeah! Got him. Well, thanks.
maths.
Yeah.
Discus.
Yeah. So I'm just picturing Angeline's cat as you've seen like the pelican trying to beat a capybara, where it's just like and the capybara does not care because it's not going to fit in a pelican's mouth, but the pelican's just like, I'm gonna have a go. That's what I'm picturing as Angeline's cat trying to
Okay.
eat.
Sure.
Oh, je suis mal means I'm sick. A forehead tattoo that says I'm sick. Yeah, with a little skateboard underneath.
I'm sick, bro.
Andy Pants, your too quiet problem is people think you're stuck up because you don't talk in social situations when you're really just painfully shy. Hey, I know that one. I do that. I mean, sometimes I just don't feel like talking, but I am conscious that the people around me might want to talk, and so then I'm like, oh no, hey everyone, what's the right level of talking such that I blend in and don't make people think that I hate them, but also I'm not doing too much or too little? I don't know. Yeah. Is this stream just a form of group therapy? Is that what we're doing here?
Screaming is therapy.
Like,
yeah.
unaccredited group therapy. Like, none of us have a qualification.
This stream is brought to you by Worse Help. Just, chat about your problems. Don't do anything about them.
Yeah. Cheaper than the therapist? Yeah, fair.
So I know you said there comes a point where your game goes, would you like to reset for a number? But
Yeah.
is there there's like an end game type?
So this one does.
Scenario.
This doesn't really have like a endless reset kind of loop. This
Oh, okay.
this does have an end. There are credits. There is a little cinematic that you get at the end of it.
Right, okay. So
So
you're
this-
working towards something.
Yeah, probably not on this stream, I don't think,
No.
but it's very beatable. Yeah. Smallcog, just getting yourself to stop lurking online took years. I still lurk mostly in streams. I feel super self-conscious if especially if it's a stream that I've not chatted in before, and so I know that the first message I put in for the streamer and the mods will be flagged up as a first-time chat thing. Hey, anyone that didn't know that, enjoy that. But that's the thing, and so I am conscious if I'm like saying something in a stream for the first time, that it will come up with the first-time chatters. Or like, oh, I've got to make this a banger, because the number of first-time chat hi that you see, which is inevitably from someone who like is just there to advertise, like, please check out my stream. No, don't do that. Or to backseat, or there's all sorts of nonsense that goes with it. It's kind of funny. But yeah, knowing knowing that that is there as like a big signpost that's going to be on your first post in a stream is terrifying to me. And even aside from that, there's so few streams where I will actively chat, because like I feel self-conscious as soon as I say something and someone responds to it. If it's whether it's a stream or whether it's in chat, I then feel like I'm just clomping in with my size 15s and like kicking through everyone's conversation and saying, now we're going to talk about my thing. So if I say anything and the streamer's like, hey, you, no. Or someone in chat's like, hey, Sam, how are you doing? Instead, I never acknowledge anyone else when I go into a chat. I'm just like, hey. Or I'll comment on something that's happening on stream. They're like, hey, Sam, hi, how are you? How are you doing? And inwardly, I'm like, this isn't my own private chat room. I've not like shown up to a stream to message someone and say hi and check how they're doing. So I feel immediately bad, like I'm just drowning out everybody. Operator, that's why you often don't say hi to me in chats. Like, I want to say that is completely fine to say hi to me in chats. Like if someone wants to greet me and say hello, please go ahead and do it. Like feel free to, because this is kind of a barrier that I need to get over rather than anything that anyone's doing wrong. But yeah, it's a thing. So I get it. Like when I get like other people feeling the same. But also from a streamer's perspective, having people chatting in chat is great. That's kind of what you want. Not least because it gives you something to read and respond to. So that's good actually.
It's like it's doing stand up and hearing someone laugh.
Yeah.
You know, you're not just talking to the void. Everybody hates you.
Yeah.
Just if one person just like every now and again, lol or whatever, just any kind of response.
Yeah, absolutely. And like even that can be the good one. If you, not that I've ever done stand up, and I would actually hate this if I were doing stand up, but I've always had in mind like the image of doing stand up. You've got an entire room of people who you've just told a joke and nobody in the room has got it. They're all just in complete baffled silence, apart from one person at the back to whom it is the funniest thing they've ever heard. And I love that image of just like, because it'll be all the funnier to them the fact that no one else gets it, and yet to them it references something that only they have seen or get, and it's like that's the bond, that's the connection you want with one person who has gone, oh, I get that, that's good. And you wouldn't want the entire, I say don't like I've done stand up, again I haven't, but you wouldn't want the entire set to be like that. But if you could land one that just connects to one person like that, that's a good one.
There was a comedian who talked about like trying to tell a joke that just like one person found the funniest thing in the world and no one else got. It might have been Ross Noble, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I can believe that. I mean, it's making me think of like one of I don't really know what he does at the moment, but Gabe Gundaker, the Zendaya is Michi guy.
The what?
Okay, I'm just saying, making sounds that have great. We're already there.
The only word I understood in that sentence was Zendaya.
Yeah, so he's sort of a Vine alumni. He's made a lot of like Vines, like guy who likes music, which is someone. It's just him just being like it's like, is this music? I love like basically treating the entire concept of music like it's a band. And he's like, is this music?
Right.
And it's like complete silence. Is it no? Oh, okay. No, it's not. All right. And that was one of his bits. And another one was, so when I can't think what the film was, but it was an animated film that had like a whole cast. It's like Danny DeVito is this character, and whoever the hell is this character, and Zendaya is Michi. And it's all like arranged on like billboards down a street, and it's just him just singing this song of Zendaya is Michi, and like going, and it's complete nonsense. but it's him just like going down, like singing out the names and stuff. Yeah. And there was a bit that I saw him do as stand-up. There's a video of it, which is, it is literally him on stage in front of an audience, and I want to try, and it's like the entire routine is him repeating this bit of, so I go to the Coinstar and it's not working, and it never works. So I go to the Coinstar and it's not working, and it never works.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to the Coinstar and it's not working. It never works. So, and it's literally just him like repeating that over and over again, but with the cadence of like a stand-up joke. And it's bizarre, and it's really abstract, and you're watching it like, is this guy okay? Like, where is the punchline? And the punchline is like the whole bit that he's just repeating this line over and over again, but with the delivery of like a stand-up comedian, kind of building through examples of a joke and like working towards a punchline. But that's the entire bit, and I kind of love that. Like, I would be completely baffled and infuriated there in a crowd if I'd like paid money to see a stand-up comedian and see someone doing it. But it's like, from that removed perspective of watching him do this to an audience on video, it's a remarkable performance piece. You're like, wow, okay, cool, yeah, no, I get the joke. It's 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 a fun one.
Sure.
Yeah.
Zendaya Izmichi.
I'll, if someone reminds me, unless someone else gets there first, to link it into stream chat, maybe I'll try and do it now. You'll probably recognize him when you see his face, because it's like,
okay. Yeah, there's some Vine stars I recognize, but could never tell you their names.
It's just going to start playing. It does not start playing. Great. There, I have put it in your stream chat for you.
Okay, thank you.
Animats, you don't mind it, but you did find it a little disconcerting when you got made a mod, and suddenly when you say hi on the YouTube stream chat, a dozen people would answer back. Yeah, like, being a mod is like minor celebrity status, because suddenly everyone knows you and recognizes you. It's an odd one.
Okay, I've got a problem.
Right, go on. Let's help Dave's problem.
There's stuff on the ground floor of the boat. That's a nautical term, the ground floor. And I need to crane it out. However, the crane says it can't reach it because there's a chair and a broom in the sky.
Right.
So now I have to try and jump and grab the chair and the broom.
I think you've tried to be too clever. Good night, Lady Mephistopheles. Thank you for being here.
I don't think I can do it. There's not even anything I can harpoon up there anymore.
Yeah, no. You're hooped, as they say.
I've made an only up level for myself.
Whoa. I just dropped my pencil. Yeah. This is, for anyone's wondering, this is my like current like fidget fixation. I do it while reading, and I do it other times now as well. I just have to hold a pencil in my hand and just like twirl it between my fingers. Not in the cool way that like drummers do, where you like flick it and it spins round. I've yet to learn to do that. I'm just like sort of roll it between my fingers.
It's hard with something that is light and small.
Okay.
But with a drumstick, you need like momentum.
Yeah.
Can I jump to this cabinet and then onto that toilet, and then maybe up onto that? Oh no, I can get that table from here. Okay. Onto the table. Onto this cabinet. Can I get to the toilet? I made it to the toilet.
Great. Good. That's...
Now.
Nah. Oh. Oh.
I think I can just jump. I can aim for the chair and then try and get the broom if I miss. I can't get high enough. Ah! No, I didn't get either.
Ah.
We go again.
Nice.
Oh, I missed the toilet.
I can feel, because as you noticed during the break, I had a haircut earlier, and I can feel like some loose hair that I think I've got stuck at the back of my throat. It's very unpleasant.
Lovely.
Yeah. It's. I mean, as a beard haver, I am not unused to it. Also, with someone with a cat like that, it's just have to get used to eating hair, not not like hair Georg. It happens by accident.
Oh, I jumped into the broom and I bounced off it, but I didn't press E at the exact right moment.
Oh no.
Okay. I mean, there's other stuff down here that I need to crane out,
Yeah.
so I might need to get all of it at the end.
Oh dear. I'm just clicking away on things, just
Seems like
wearing through my mouse button.
cheat mode. I can just go and fly and then grab it.
Yeah.
And I'm stuck in the bowels of the ship.
Oh no,
crap.
Bulat, slipping whilst trimming your beard, and so having to like do it the other side as well so that it looks intentional. Good times.
Nah, just be lopsided. It's
Yeah. Asymmetry. That's the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
What's our exit
Oh,
strategy
come
for
on.
the stream? When are we finishing?
I don't know. Whenever you want. I
Alright.
don't have to finish this boat. This is my second boat. at the moment.
All right. Wow. Your mum lets you have 2 boats? Wow.
Yep.
Oh, Perilla, someone you've known for ages from Niles' chat is now one of the most active mods in the main Yogscast channel, so you don't want to greet her specifically in the chat because you don't want to be a high mod person. I don't want to be a high mod, but yeah. I don't think that's silly.
Is
I
that
understand.
Nightjar? I've seen you say hi to Nightjar.
That was going to be my
When they-
guess, is what I couldn't think of.
When
the
they
name.
raid in with high rollers.
Yeah.
I too have seen
Just-
Nightjar around in Yog's chat.
Yeah, apparently yes, it is Nightjar. Yeah, I mean, well, it's like I feel self-conscious, like going into say like loading ready run chat or James from their chat, because a frequent visitor around these parts is one of the sort of regular, I guess, more senior mods around there, which is Sarah. If you're watching, hey, how you doing? But yeah, and like occasionally, I'll sort of just drop in and say something. She'll be like, "Hey Sam, how you doing?" And again, I get that sort of self-consciousness of like, oh no, I don't want to be the person who's like, even though I'm the one that's been addressed first, I still feel self-conscious, like I'm dragging a mod into a conversation to talk to me about my things, and I'm always just like, oh yeah, good. And then I start to get the thing of like, wait, am I being rude? Am I like trying to deflect a conversation that someone else is trying to have because I'm going, oh no, don't talk to me, talk to other people instead. That's more important for your time. And past the point, you just have to let people like set their own kind of boundaries on these things. And if you want to, as long as you're not like actually being a problem, which is the difficult part, kind of gauging, am I being a problem or am I just trying to chat to someone? But yeah, just message someone and just say hi, be friendly. I'm sure that's fine. And I say this as someone who worries about doing exactly that all the time and needs to get better at it. So that's where I guess I'm like, yeah, if you want to just say hi Sam, say that. Everyone else does.
I'm checking the internet to see if there's like a console command to fly or something.
What's the strategy
can't
guide
find
for
it.
this? Oh, it's a YouTube video that's 18 minutes long. No.
I think because I don't think I'm I'm going through and just trying to complete all of the contracts for all of the ships, and I don't think the contract will complete without
Oh dear.
these things.
Oh no. Quick, you just make fun of the mods behind our backs? That's cool, we do the same.
Ooh,
You'll never know if it's true.
I found a girder I can jump to.
Oh, nice. Okay, good. Progress.
Okay, can that? Yes, this one can now go. Let's I'll disconnect the other things, and then we'll have a look and see how much more flying, jumping I need to do.
Nice.
And then as long as the actual bits in the sky aren't part of the contract.
Bulot, you're talking about amateur caught up on the skateboarding, no spoilers? Thank you. Nice, I hope it was good. Bulot, you just mentioning wavy arms has reminded me of back on the subject of DJing, one of the DJs I watch has played a few times. It's like a dubstep track, which is, because I've never watched Adventure Time, so I had to do some research to figure out. But it's like a re-editing of it's got like a bunch of like Adventure Time like bits of like dialogue sampled into it. And I think it was an episode called like The Jiggler or something.
There's a lot of episodes, possibly.
Right. Okay.
I haven't seen all of them.
This is, I guess, like a bunch of bits taken from an episode with The Jiggler, which is just like, it looks like this weird little toy thing that just wiggles its arms. And it's kind of a really good dubstep piece of music. That's just all these Adventure Time samples about, I just wanted to have fun and jiggle. And it's kind of good if you like that sort of thing. And so just you talking about wavy arms has made me think of that.
Nice.
You'd be surprised that the mods don't laugh at people regularly. No, the mod's job is firstly to punch the streamer, to do the things that are in the rules that you shouldn't do. The mods are there to like just break those rules and bully the streamer. That's one, and we just laugh about people that deserve it behind their backs. But that's none of you because you're here and you're decent.
Oh, I think it's just the toilet. If I can lose the toilet, then maybe I can get rid of everything. I also need one air tank for the contracts, and then it's just aluminium and acid.
Well, let's stay on here until you get this. Oh no, Perella, Nazi gifted you a game several months ago and you haven't played it? Oh no.
Okay. Now that one will go. And then that one's in the way of this one. Maybe some of that. Maybe that air tank. Wait for the crane.
Angeline, you're very scared of the mods for like the first 3 months. I get that. Like it can, and I've had that feeling too when joining a new community and be like, I want to watch my step here just so I don't like accident. Because again, I'm a good person. I mean well in all my interactions.
Says you.
Yeah, I insist. But yeah, that feeling of like I want to do well and mean well in all my interactions. And so I don't want to inadvertently say something upsetting to someone, like the time from this channel as it used to be, raided over to Serge Jaeger, one of the nicest cinnamon rolls that streams on Twitch, and as far as anyone moderating his channel would have been concerned, issued a death threat. And because I've told this story so many times before, it's the, hey Serge, I hope you don't mind the raid, that through my clumsy fingered typing became, hey Serge, I hope you die, and hitting enter instead of delete to try and edit that. DI instead of fully DIE, but you know, it's going to read the same when you don't know who this is. Yeah, so somehow I didn't get banned and didn't get this channel banned and you know he's a lovely guy and is now aware of who we are and seems like a nice friend, which is cool. But that could have gone very differently, and that's the sort of fear that I have at the back of my mind whenever joining a new community space and having some sort of interaction with the community as it is there. You have a bad habit of posting and deleting because you think it's stupid. Yo, same. I've deleted a lot of messages that I'm just like, I don't think this is going to fly. I'm just going to scrub it. And then annoyingly, someone else will go and say the same thing. You'll be like, oh, that's a really great joke you've just made, other person. Damn it. But yeah, that happens. Know that. Been there. It's so scary that enter and backspace are so close to each other. It is. I hate that little bit of keyboard design. And you don't realise just how bad it is until it goes wrong. And then, oops. Sucks.
You want like like auto mods, like the auto mod messages before when rather than just you post it and then auto mod picks it up and then either sends it or not.
Yeah.
You want it to like you type something and auto mod goes, "Are you sure? Is that what you meant? You sure you want to send that?"
I think I have that on Gmail.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like a thing.
I know it does. Like you've mentioned an attachment, but you haven't attached a file. I've got that.
There's
like,
that.
Gmail.
Years ago, I activated a thing, which is where I think it's still on. I'm not sure. Where basically, when you hit send on an email on Gmail, it then holds it for like 15 to 30 seconds. Just in case you're like, wait, I didn't mean to say that. In case
okay,
yeah, it's not quite. Was it the French term like l'esprit d'escalier or something, like the wisdom of the stairs, where you think of something.
The speed of a snail.
Yes, exactly. Is where you think of something to say in a conversation after the conversation has ended. So like you're walking up the stairs and you go, oh wait, I should have said this. That was funny or insightful. So it's not quite that, but it's just in case you said something really stupid in an email that you mean to take back, you can cancel it before it goes out, and that's a handy feature to have. I rarely use it, but you want it when you need it. Yeah, something like that on Twitch chat might be handy. I guess we just call that slow mode.
Well, it doesn't slow down people's messages. You just can't send two misinterpreted messages at once.
Yeah, well, that's true. That can add to the stress. You've said something wrong. Now you have to wait a minute before you can apologize.
Yeah, it makes it even worse.
Why aren't you apologizing? I literally can't. You made the rules. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, like that can also depend on like, just like, I don't know, as a streamer as well, like, because on the subject of mods being scary, and as a streamer and effectively like the most visible face of the community, it is on you to also like marshal the moderators and to try and like set the correct level of response, and and there's different approaches you can take to it, but sort of like essentially like, okay, I'm going to set the tone. I'm going to set the pace of what I want on this, and it's on you as moderators to like read that and follow that. And a common one will be like spoilers and how to treat spoilers and backseating for a game. Elden Ring being a very easy reference point for that, because you're going to get a lot of people come in and be like, hey, have you fought this boss yet? No, I haven't, but thanks for now telling me that there's that boss that I can look forward to. Or, what's your build? I want to overhaul your build and tell you where to put all your stat points, and you shouldn't be using that sword, you should use this hammer, and all that kind of stuff. And that can be frustrating, but
I had someone ask if I wanted their FL Studio preset the other day when we were making music. I'm not quite sure what that was going to be.
Because like a lot of sure, it can be irritating, and if you dig down deep enough, it comes from like you can read that it comes from a place of like, I'm better than you, I know better than you, and so therefore let me play the game or let me do the thing. And that's when my opinion is just like, yo, if you're so good at this game, just go play it yourself. Don't try and play it through Twitch, because that's going to be frustrating for you and for me too. Just load up the game and go play it yourself. But like, you can sort of try to assume that it comes from a good place, even if the outcome is bad and frustrating. But actually trying to internalize that more often than not, this person is just trying to help. Like, watching someone struggle at a thing can be frustrating for you, but like, oh, you're having a bad time with that? Cool. Well, I have the information that will make life easier for you. Here, let me help. And there, it's more like, it's more useful to everyone to just communicate like, no, this is the point. The struggle that I'm experiencing here is the point of what we're doing. Like, that's the exercise. If you take that away, then you've taken away my point in playing this game or doing this thing. And and trying to actually get that across makes a much more welcoming environment for everyone. Because also, you can set out rules at the start of the stream, like, hey, don't backseat, don't tell me what to do, don't do this, don't do that. And people come in all the time. Like, you join the stream 5 minutes late, whoops, you missed the message to not backseat, to not again, not do any of the frustrating things. And suddenly you're there going, oh, I guess it's okay to do this. And if you just get dogpiled for that, then that makes it frustrating. And it's unwelcoming to new people. Which, it's like, there's, I guess we're back onto, be nice to the people that you don't like, broadly as a topic, but it's not. But yeah, like, just try to picture like this first time interaction from the other person's perspective, right? But like, yeah, you as the moderator or as the regular member know what's going on and how people are expected to behave. But if someone's first interaction in a community is to be told, hey, we don't do that here, you might just nope out. And then that's potentially another cool member who's just been like pushed out of the group, and that's not good. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Open to questions.
Oh, I forgot. I've got a movie review.
Oh, is it Deadpool
a whole
and Wolverine?
Movie review segment? No, nothing new.
Oh, okay, cool. No, that's fine.
Because I don't like going to the cinema, so I will see that when it's on a streaming service.
I relate.
No, I watched the entire Maze Runner trilogy.
Oh, right. Okay.
And it was absolute garbage.
I haven't seen it, but I was afraid it was going to be, it's actually really good, Sam. You should watch it. And I was like,
no.
Good. Great.
No. Okay. So the first one's, I mean, it's not amazing, but it's kind of interesting. They set up interesting mysteries, and there's a maze. And then after the first one, they leave the maze. There's no maze elements in any of the other movies. The second movie is kind of like turns into a zombie movie.
Right.
And they run around and they make terrible decisions.
Yeah.
And the lead character, who you all saw it coming, he's the guy who's got the special blood, who's going to save the world.
Okay.
And yeah, it's weird. I mean, there's like, it sets up good mysteries in the first one, but mostly resolves them kind of slightly mysteriously at the end of the first one, but basically explains everything during the second one.
Right.
And then it's just going through some action to get to the end.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have thoughts about like how mystery is handled and stuff like that. Like, I don't need everything explained, because a bad explanation can be a lot worse than no explanation at all. and like the two books that I have read most recently, as in my own time rather than on stream, are Annihilation by Jeff Vandermeer, which I really, really liked, and Black Moon by Kenneth Calhoun, whose name rhymes, and it's always like
Twilight Black Moon. Yes,
no,
that's a good one.
no, and both of those kind of, there's like what would I guess be a big central mystery to both of them. Annihilation being, what the hell is going on with Area X? Why is it this?
Oh, is that the same as the movie Annihilation?
Well, the film adaptation was, I believe the story behind that was Alex Garland read the book and then sometime after went and, without like referencing back to the book, went and wrote like a screenplay treatment or whatever based on what he could remember from the book. So it's kind of it's sort of vibes based. There's a lot of it that has carried across and a lot of it that's quite different. But it's sort of like a vibes based treatment of a book that itself is pretty vibes based. But it's like the core premise, this like all female squad has been tasked with going into Area X as like the next expedition out of many that have gone before, and all of them kind of went wrong in weird ways. But it's this sort of inscrutable zone where weird biological things are happening inside it, but the passage of information into and out of it is obscured and different and weird. And through that it's a lot of vibes, but I really liked it. But it is mysterious. You have these big central mysteries, like what is the driving force that is contorting biology within this zone? Don't know. What is going on with Southern Reach is the name of the organization that is like the shady like private organization that is sending in these expeditions. What's going on with them? What more do they know that they aren't letting on, and why aren't they letting it on? Don't know. And I'll be reading that being like, I'm fine with some of this information never reaching me. It's like I need to trust that the author knows what's going on as far as it is relevant to this.
Yeah, that was the problem with Lost.
Yeah. It's
they
like
said it was like mysteries that, instead of a mystery and what people think is possibly better than the actual answer, which was their excuse for not actually having an answer to any of the mysteries and just setting them up.
Yeah.
And then basically forgetting about it.
Yeah, it's kind of the what I've come to understand is something of a J.J. Abrams trademark of we're gonna establish a big mystery, something weird, like the mystery box. There is a box. There is something weird about this box, and it's the cause of all these things. Are you ever gonna tell us what's in there? No. Do you know what's in there? Maybe. And it's like, I don't mind a big mystery like that, so long as it feels to me like the person, either like the author, like the guiding hand for the story, knows what it is, or whether knowing what it is kind of actually irrelevant to the story. Like you can establish like, oh, there's this big mystery box, and actually it's not about the box, it's about how people respond to it and react to it and stuff like that instead. Like, that's fine. I don't need to know the answer, but I either need to know that, like, so you're not just using it to like imagine like, well, now I need someone to be able to shoot fireballs out of their eyes. Like, okay, that's come out of nowhere. Yeah, I know, but mystery box. Like, you can't just like pull this sudden shift in rules. Then
it's like people like true real life unsolved mysteries.
Yeah,
it's like they're not going to get the answer. No one knows the answer.
Yeah,
but the fact that it's real life means there is an answer.
Yes,
and therefore you're not just going to be like, yeah, it's a thing.
But don't use that
Is it-
as an excuse to then go and interfere with like police investigations of ongoing crime
yeah.
scenes. You absolute maniacs! Please stop doing that. Sorry.
Yeah, but a mystery that doesn't have like what the person who created it deems the right answer.
Yeah.
Then all of your theories and ideas about it means nothing because
Yeah.
there isn't a real answer, so you don't know if you're close or not.
Yeah. And like the other book, Black Moon, it's essentially and I feel like I don't want to go too deep into this because I want to save the review. I feel like the review will be like a decent thing to talk about during Book Week on chilliteracy.tv/Twitch thing. Because it's a book that I have read recently and I enjoyed it a lot. And it's essentially like it would fall under the zombie apocalypse category.
Right.
But this is as someone who I've consumed like a bit of zombie apocalypse material, but the doctor says it's fine. It's not actually affected me in any way, and like I've seen zombie films. I watched a bit of The Walking Dead, and it's kind of what I liked about this book is kind of my problem with so many of those other things. And reading this has made me realize that it's that so much zombie media it's trying to tell you like, oh, it's so sad, it's so tragic, like this person who was once a human is now no longer human, and it's real sad and it's tragic that they're no longer human, and they are survived by the people who love them and remember them and will, and you've got the like, John protagonist who is like, well, this is my wife, but she's been bitten, but I'm gonna put myself in great peril to try and rescue her, but she's been bitten and she's turned into a zombie, but I still, there must be some kind of cure that I'm searching for, or I'm gonna like wander into the middle of a completely like overrun city to try and find her and rescue her, and like she's got to be out there somewhere, and just keep putting himself in peril for someone who as a consumer of this fiction is a lost cause. Like she's gone.
Yeah.
She's dead and she's gone. She's either been consumed by a zombie, like zombie brain rot, and so therefore she's not lucid enough to go with, to do anything. She's a lost cause, mate. You really just need to put this aside and get on with your life. Or it's like you're and it's like the broad description of it is like you are trying to make me sympathetic for the people, like for the victims of the zombie plague, and for the people who haven't been affected by it, and we're the Walking Dead, that whole thing. But there is always an undercurrent of kind of going back to the earlier conversation about
Nazis.
Zombie
Nazis.
Yes, about impunity, about freedom, about the desire to just rack that shotgun and get blasting, the target-rich environment, the 2 a.m. home intruder and you've got a shotgun. Like there's so much.
I mean, that is the equivalent. You have movies where the hero needs to just blast a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
And if it's an action movie, they're Nazis, so it's fine. If it's a zombie movie, they're zombies. It's fine.
But you always have to have that. No, my mother, my wife, my best friend, or whatever has been bitten, and they're turning into a zombie, and it's so tragic.
Yeah.
But also, exactly. They've been bitten by a Nazi, and they're turning into like they've been bitten by a zombie, and they're turning into a zombie. And that's tragic. Those 700 zombies over there lining the street that I have to get through over there. Let's go. I've got guns, I've got chainsaws, vroom vroom. We're going to go blasting and chopping. And I can't wait to get into that. And this book, Black Moon, is not like that. It's so like the zombie apocalypse in that is sleeplessness. It's insomnia. It is people who are just not able to sleep. And they lose their minds as people who are unable to sleep do. And as a consequence of that, they get like extremely violent towards people who can sleep. So you have the sleepers and the insomniacs, and it's like, that is one, so much more relatable as someone like, who among us has not felt tired and frankly felt kind of irritable and snappy whilst tired? And this is people who haven't been able to sleep for weeks and longer, and it's like, that for one, as a virus, as a sensation, is far more relatable and familiar. And and secondly, like, they retain for most of it like an amount of lucidity. Like, they will be aware that their minds are going. They are aware that, like, oh, I'm not like, at first anyway, it's like, oh, I'm not sleeping, I'm losing my sleep, I'm not, I'm another one, I'm going to end up like that. And it is so much more tragic, it is so much more relatable, and there's no point in it did it feel like there was a point where someone just wanted to go blasting. None of it felt like a target rich environment. These are all victims, these are all tragic cases and people who I feel sad for. And it's really impressive to me to have something that sort of communicated this, and that's why, like, it broadly falls under the category of zombie fiction, but it doesn't feel like it's got any of those tropes and trademarks that I associate, for me, as kind of negatives of that. And this isn't to say, like, I've never enjoyed a good, like, I've enjoyed Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead's good. Even I remember enjoying in the cinemas Zack Snyder's is it Dawn of the Dead, the remake that he did of the old film. But it felt like it communicated, like, I feel like so much of that fiction wants the tragedy of people who are affected by it, and the people affected by the infection, and the people who are left behind in the wake and have to deal with, like, oh no, this was my mum, but now she's a zombie. But this felt like it landed that much more effectively than so much other stuff that I've seen, at least. So I enjoyed that a lot. But it's kind of the point that I brought it up was, you don't know why this is happening. It just starts happening. And like, early on, I was like, you know what? If the end of the book never explains where this has come from, I'm fine with that. And I guess, spoilers, I don't know. I don't really feel like at any point in it I encountered a scene where someone goes, and here's why this is all happening. Like, you don't really know. You don't find out. But is
there like hints and things about it throughout? Or is it just never mentioned? No one questions it.
There's definite questions about, what's going on, why, what's the cause for this, but it's only ever met with speculation. But it's, I feel like it doesn't. There's never a point where it's like, oh, it's because we watch too much television and have too many phones, or because everyone's vaping
social
now,
commentary,
or there's nothing like that really like hits with like, this is the reason and this is why. It's like, we don't know, it just happened and it sucks. And that's an approach that I've sort of come to appreciate more. That, sometimes you do everything right and it just goes wrong anyway. Sometimes things just don't work out in your favor, and it's kind of a grand approach to it. Like, sometimes people just stop sleeping and the world falls apart. It's a broad stroke, but blame prions are scary. What, like the car?
That still feels a million miles away from Lost, of just mysteries on mysteries. Oh, look at all of our mysteries.
Yes,
there's not an answer.
Yeah,
I'm not going to answer any of them.
Yes, exactly. That leads to frustration, because even whether they do have some strategy for it, I don't need every answer, but again, I need to feel like either the guiding hand knows, and so there is some level of consistency back there. Like behind the curtain, there's like an internal consistency that you don't need to see, but you can see the outcome of. Or the mystery needs to actually be inconsequential.
Yeah.
Like not the focal point. But if you keep kind of using that as the hook to bring people back, then it's just going to start feeling like you don't actually know, and you're just throwing up question marks to try and keep me engaged. Andy Pants, you don't think you're in the sort of headspace to read this book I'm talking about, but you kind of want to anyway, just to analyze it in terms of zombie media as a code for current cultural fears. All of that checks out. Like it is a very good book, and for frankly other reasons as well. It's a difficult recommend, because it also goes into some really, really weird, absurd stuff. But I almost feel like I want to equate it to Disco Elysium in that it deals with some bizarre stuff, but with like still somehow the deftest, most graceful hand. Like the writing in Disco Elysium as a story goes through like damn near everything you can imagine putting into a story. Like it goes through like every topic, and like every kind of like the worst of society that a police detective might need to investigate. It deals with it all, and does it with some of the most beautiful writing that I have ever seen, not just in a video game, but just like in terms of writing. It's truly astounding. This like it's not like this is like that, but it deals with some stuff in ways I'm like, seriously, this is what's happening right now, but still somehow manages to make me empathize with the characters. And yeah, it's very good. I am glad that I have read it. But say it's a difficult recommend.
Ooh.
But yeah, mysteries, use them wisely.
Mm-hmm.
Use them responsibly.
Oh yeah, the other thing about
Maze Runner,
yeah. The evil company,
right? Good branding.
The bad guys, they are called Wicked, but WCKD, which I think stands for the World Cooperative Kill Division or something like that. It just gets worse.
Right.
Let me look it up. Hang on.
Okay.
Maze Runner.
Like
World in Catastrophe Kill Zone Experiment Department.
You wanted to call your
company
Wicked,
in the book
you?
It's Wicked, just completely spelled out. In the film it's WCKD.
Right, yeah, Wicked is a bit too on the nose. We need to, obscure this a little bit.
Yeah.
And because we had Proto in chat saying like they enjoy the films, and that's completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
sure.
and even like, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine. Like mine or Dave, like I've not seen the films, but like mine or Dave's opinion shouldn't invalidate your own or anybody's own experience of a thing. If you enjoy a thing, enjoy the hell out of the thing, and there's a lot of different ways that you can enjoy a thing. That's I never ever want to establish like I'm right, because I've been that guy in the past. Like, well, obviously Thing is awful and anyone who likes it is a bad person. I've been that person, and I was told to stop doing that, and they were right to tell me to stop doing that, so I try not to do that anymore. So yeah, like please enjoy the things that you enjoy.
Oh no, I mean I definitely enjoy bad movies. Movies that I think are bad, and I'll even deliberately go back to them over a good movie or a movie I haven't seen.
Yeah, definitely. Have I?
But there's some that are like too bad. Like recent ones on Netflix, like I think it was called Lift. It was a Kevin Hart heist movie
Okay.
where in the end the heist was just they crashed a plane on the drug lord's lawn, and he admitted that he was a drug lord, but they had cameras, so they win.
Oh right, yeah, one of those.
It was so stupid.
I
mean, that's bad. I will never watch that again.
Yeah. Two things. I must have spread to you the good word of Trash Night Video, which
Probably.
is it's a monthly stream.
Watching.
It's bad movie night
yeah.
on Twitch. It's great. It's
Yeah.
my favorite stream. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, like one of my films that I hate is Now You See Me. Because like
See, that's one I've watched, and I would maybe watch again, knowing it's really bad.
I hate it. It makes me angry to watch. Because like, and this is the thing. It's like, so I've talked at length about how much I enjoy The Prestige. I think The Prestige is an excellent film about magicians because it accepts from the start that you can't make a film about magicians that is all about the magic tricks they do, because you are watching a film and you as the audience member know you are watching a film, and so therefore anything shown to you as, look at this amazing or inspiring magic trick that someone has done is unbelievable. Like your disbelief has, or like suspension of disbelief has already been stretched to breaking point and beyond, because you are watching a film and you know that if they want to show someone teleport from one side of the stage to the other, well, you just do that. It's a film. There's nothing that they can show you that will land us a magic trick, because a magic trick is ultimately accepting.
Yeah.
I don't believe it is humanly possible to, like, it is easier for me to believe that they have broken reality than to accept that what they have done is humanly possible. Like that is the fundamental conceit of a magic trick. And The Prestige is like, you can't do that. You can't do that in a film, so that's not even what it's going to be about. And we're going to tell you this, and us telling you this is actually the point of the message of this film. That we're going to show you something unbelievable, and you won't believe it. And when you find out what the trick is, what the actual fact of the trick is, you'll go, "Oh, really? That's it?" Like, yes.
I mean, yes, up until the point when Nikola Tesla actually invents magic.
But that's the thing. And it's like, really? He actually invented magic? Yes.
Well, science.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's the thing. That, like, wait, that's the point of it. It's like, yeah, because.
But there's still a trick to it, which is, the
it's like,
twist of the movie.
Yeah, it's like we told you weren't going to be impressed by this. This is literally the opening of the film with the canary in the cage, and it's like, no, look, see, the bird's fine, but actually, no, it's not. The other bird, that there is a bird that dies, and we tell you that, oh, look, that's how the trick happens. Yeah, sadly, because that's how it works. And Now You See Me is like, no, what if magicians could do cool heist things instead? And it's just like, it's they're kind of not really in the same genre, I guess. It's more of like what if magicians did heists? But it still tries to do the whole, like, wow, look at all these cool things that they did. Like, oh, well, how did this person pull off this thing? Like, well,
But
actually,
they are similar in kind of terms of the universe, where it's magicians doing tricks, but also magic is real in that universe, because at the end when they meet Mark Ruffalo and he does the thing with the cards and they like start glowing, and something that's clearly not a trick and could never be a trick.
I might have forgotten that.
Watch the end of the movie again.
No, I'd rather
it's literal magic.
Yeah, but like up until that point, it's like, wow, how did this person do this incredible, impossible thing? And then you go back and you watch it again and you see that actually they were doing all sorts of incredible, impossible sleight of hand that you don't see. But now that we show it to you after the fact, they're like, oh no, I didn't just like do this thing. As I took my jacket off, I was like, my hands were doing all these cool things that were too fast for you to see. It's like, that's not. No, you weren't. or you know, I'm trying to think of some of the tricks in it that it shows you. That's like, wow, what an amazing trick! Like
I remember the scene where they're in like some safe or something,
yeah,
and they're flicking a card with a microchip attached to it,
yeah,
and it's just like flying round. I mean, and
yeah.
obviously people can flick cards. And
Yes.
if they got like actual people flicking cards, that could have been cool. But it was obviously just CGI
Yeah.
following
And-
this card floating around.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, it's frustrating. And that's why I'll say, like, I actively don't like this film because it's frustrating. That you show me a bunch of impossible stuff and then you ask me to accept it when you're just kind of showing it to me in post in slow motion with CGI and you know, and multiple takes, and it's like, that's not. So then I don't believe this, and I don't have to believe everything, but it's suspension of disbelief. And when you immediately set out that we can just show you anything, then my disbelief is gone, and I've lost interest in this. Which, yeah, that's what it's been many years since I've watched it. I would cite actual scenes that I remember, but I have had no desire to go back and watch it or its sequel.
There's these panels won't
Oh,
fall, and their connectors are not visible.
right. Oh, no. Oh, there you go. There's one.
But it's underneath. I'm meant
Yeah.
to take the top one off.
Oh dear.
What is wrong with this wall?
It is 11 o'clock. Do we want to finish soon?
Yeah, I mean, if I could collapse this, then
All right.
I could finish both. But I mean, if it's not going to go, then
Are you able to
unless
like?
you wanna... I can get some TNT and just blow it.
Well, no, I was going to say, can you like save your progress mid dismantle?
Oh,
or
yeah,
is
yeah.
it- Oh, okay.
Oh, and
Yeah.
also it's saying it cannot reach the load because there's stuff in the sky. So I'm going to have to attempt to drop that. I mean, I only need... I don't actually care about finishing. That would just mean a bit more
Mm-hmm.
money. What I need is to finish the contract,
Right.
which I need 54 kilograms of acid. So,
Any cops in chat, he just means in game.
yeah,
In Minecraft. In Minecraft.
this I need to find what from these things around here have acid, and then oh, I just did it. There we
Nice.
go. That. So there we go. I can complete the contract, and I'll call that done, and then
Hey.
I'll salvage what I can from the rest of that
Nice.
some other time. So let's go back to the house, complete the contracts.
Cool. We've had the kilograms of acid discussion before. Oh, I see.
What's your final score on clicking?
Well, I've got 131 million.
Nice.
We have where we are now is like shooting mass into the sun. I think
Good.
all the rest of the planets in the solar system have been consumed, and we are now
Lovely.
trying. I forget exactly where the story is, but like essentially everything's gone wrong, and we're on a planet that's probably Earth, orbiting the sun, shooting potato mass into it.
Great.
Yeah. I could come back and do a little bit of this next time. Maybe I can keep my progress. Who knows?
Brew potato.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yep. And I can get a potato launcher, but I'm saving up for best genetic things. All the potato things produce twice the power. Good. Double the power output. Yes. Whoop. Let's keep dropping this
Wild.
pencil. Whoops. Didn't mean to buy that. Right. Well.
Great.
Cool.
Well, thank you, Sam.
You are
for
welcome.
a delightful podcast.
I
Oh,
hope
I've got
so.
you on. You're a bit off screen on my one.
Oh
scene.
no. Oh.
And it says, "Please sub to Longest Jaw."
Oh no. Okay. Well, I guess I'll take that off the scene so that it's at least not there next time. And I don't like, why the hell is that? Oh yeah, no, I did that. Great.
Nice,
Lovely.
lovely.
What do we want to do? Is there anyone? Is it weird if we raid somewhere? I don't know.
Oh yeah, we can see.
Because last time we raided each other, and that was a complete disaster. I might just like bump everyone your way, and then you can
Sure.
decide.
Shadow playing Apex.
Oh, Billiam's on.
Croto playing Warhammer. Oh yeah, Billion.
I'll come over to you,
Smart.
and then you can raid to Billiam.
Jigsaws. Sure. Fantasy line art. Sure. Okay,
Right.
we can get there.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sign off. Thank you all for being here, chat. Go over to Dave, and then go over to Billiam. Who's assuming that's where you're going.
Yep.
Lovely guy. Give him a follow. Does cool art. Has good chats. Thank you all for being here and sticking this out.
Yeah. Thanks, team.
Yeah, it's been a fun one.
We'll do one of these. I don't know. Couple of weeks, maybe?
I might be busy in a couple of weeks. It might need to be 3. Not sure. Depends exactly on schedules.
Sure.
But yeah, well, sometime. Yeah, again soon, definitely.
Yeah. I might do more Remnant soon as well. And then
Nice, yeah. Yeah, feel free to go on without me if you want. I can always catch up. Yeah, I'm going to be busy for like the next week and change, give or take. But
yeah, fair enough.
Cool.
Cool.
All right. I'm going to say goodbye from here. So yeah, head on over to Dave.
Yes.
Bye from
I
here.
will remain for 30 more seconds while
Okay,
I
cool.
type in the raid.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.